for some latecomers. We're going to start very shortly. Kim, Jeff, and the HMP team, if you can turn on your camera, that would be great. Good morning, Kim, Brian, Michael, good morning.
Morning, Greg.
Morning. This is just terrible lighting. Hold on.
What's that?
Just bad lighting for me.
Yes, it's very much morning.
There's not a lot of options in this room.
So we're just gonna wait just one more minute. Thank you everyone for your patience. Just wait one more minute for late striders to jump. I'm just gonna start. All right, so we're going to start this event. So good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for spending the time with us. My name is Greg Granell. I am the director of the Caribbean Green Technology Center at UVI, but I'm also the co-lead for this hazard mitigation plan update, an exciting project that we've been working on for a year and a half so far. And we're very excited to have you here today and hear where we are, hear how we have, what we have been doing for the past, since the last time we saw each other, which was last year. I guess, hear from you about how, we need to think about the last steps of this very exciting endeavor. So I'm going to let my other colleagues introduce themselves from the HMP team. Kim?
Yes, good morning, everyone. And good morning, very early morning from Arizona, where it's a little after 6 o'clock in the morning. But along with Greg, I'm the co-lead on this hazard mitigation plan. And we're really excited to have you join us. We really appreciate you taking the time. I think we're going to cover a lot of ground over the next 2 days, and we're really excited to get your input and your ideas, and hopefully a lot of momentum coming out of this meeting so that we can continue our work and build our relationships with you and your expertise and your ideas. So thank you. I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Jeffrey Ewing. I'm the co-lead with Greg and Kim on this project. Thanking you for your participation. Looking forward to the presentations from the group of presenters today, and for very interactive dialogue virtually through Zoom in the COVID world. So welcome.
So I'm going to ask the other colleagues of the HMP team to just briefly introduce themselves. So I'm just going to go by who appears first on my screen. So Brian.
Yes, I am Brian Neff. I'm a hydrologist on the project. I will be presenting in a few minutes. You'll hear more about me then. Very glad to be here. Thank you everyone for participating. It's going to be a good time.
Thank you. Michael.
Morning, everyone. My name is Michael Emanuel, project assistant for the HMRP, and I'll be presenting later on in the workshop, and I'm happy to be with all of you here today.
Thank you. Jerry? Jerry, we cannot hear you.
Hi, Jerry Beauvais. I'm hoping we don't have too many technical difficulties today. I'm a research scientist on the project, working in coastal flooding, as well as earthquake and tsunamis. Look forward to speaking with people later.
Thank you. Ariel, who was merging with the flag for a little bit.
Hi, my name's Ariel Stoltz, and I'm going to be a facilitator for the breakout rooms today.
Can you talk about your role in the project?
For the project, and I'm working on the solid waste and wastewater sector.
Thank you. Joanne, would you mind introducing yourself?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joanne Luciano. I'm the data scientist on the project. I'm a professor at the University of the Virgin Islands, and I'm moderating one of the breakout sessions today. We've been doing the assessment of the health sector. Welcome, everyone. It's wonderful to see you all.
Thank you. Judy, would you mind introducing yourself? And Judy, we cannot hear you.
Mute. Yes. Hello. Good morning, everybody. My name is Judith Freeman Schimmel, and I'm the Education and Outreach Assistant for the Hazard Mitigation and Resilience Planning Team. It is wonderful to see you all, and I wish you a productive 2 days.
Thank you. Janet, would you mind introducing yourself?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Janet Turnbull-Krieger, and I'm the Senior Advisor for the Hazard Mitigation, and my role in the project is on the Health and Human Services team. Thank you.
Thank you. Next would be Elisa.
Good morning, all. I'm Elisa Bryan, and I work with the HMP team as visual support and website management.
Thank you. I believe that's everyone from the HMP team. Did I forget anyone? All right. So I just want to, Leah, are you around, Leah? Are you here? Okay. So I just want to acknowledge also Ms. Graciela Rivera. Graciela, would you mind introducing yourself?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gracia Rivera, and I'm the Territorial Hazard Mitigation Officer with VITEMA.
Thank you. So this project, as you probably by this time know very well, is a collaboration between UVI and VITEMA. So we've been working very closely with our colleagues at VITEMA to make this happen. So I just want to acknowledge Mr. Bradshaw and who is, Ozzy, would you mind just introducing yourself quickly?
Good morning. My name is Ozzy Bradshaw. I'm the Deputy Hazard Mitigation Officer with VITEMA, HMGP.
Thank you. So I just want to just acknowledge all our VITEMA colleagues who have been working with us on this project. And I also want to acknowledge Mr. Dave Alderson and Dan Eisenberg, who are from the Naval Postgraduate School, who are also very close collaborators on this project. So Dan, would you mind introducing yourself very quickly? Dave, sorry, Dave.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Dave Alderson from the Naval Postgraduate School. It's even earlier in California than Arizona, Kim.
Yeah, we win.
Yeah, we win. But we're very happy to be here, very happy to be participating in this third hazard mitigation workshop, and look forward to a productive 2 days.
Thank you, Dan.
I'm Dan Eisenberg, Deputy Director of the Center for Infrastructure Defense at the Naval Postgraduate School, and excited for the discussions we will have.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone who have been working with us. Thank you to those who haven't introduced themselves, but have been working with us on this endeavor. So I'm just going to go through very quickly a little bit of, why the HMP and just some ground rule as well before we start with our presentation. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay. All right, so just in terms of ground rule, we switched the format from a webinar to a meeting that would allow us to see each other and create a little bit of a more of a collegial feeling that maybe we are missing since we cannot see each other in person. So here, feel free to ask your question by clicking not in the Q&A, but in the chat. At the bottom, you see you have a chat bar. So pick, if you have questions, ask them in the chat. Feel free to chat with each other. If you have questions during the Q&A, raise your hand. There's a reaction button. If you click on this, you will see there's a hand, so you can raise your hand. Use that also if you appreciate a particular remark or you want to share your enthusiasm, you can give, a bit of a thumbs up. Since we are all in one room, let's be respectful of each other. So make sure that your mute button is turned on when you are not speaking. And we would ask that you turn off your camera during the presentations and during the Q&A. That way we can see the speakers and we can concentrate on those who have made the presentation and everybody can see them. So that's just sort of helps recreate a little bit of this in-person meeting, but we know that Zoom has its limitations. So please work with us if there are any technical difficulties or anything like that. This is the first time that we do this. We are very confident that it will be a fun and exciting event, but we ask in advance for your understanding if something don't go 100% correct. There's something called the leave button. Don't use it. Just ignore it. It's for people who don't quite know what's happening, but that's not happening. That's not really relevant to you. So just stay with us for as long as you can. Really appreciate your presence and really appreciate your input. So just very quickly, as you all know, we are updating the hazard mitigation plan for the territory. It's a document that needs to be updated every 5 years. So we are working on an update right now. This would allow the territory to be eligible for pre and post mitigation funding. Now it's called BRIC, the BRIC program at FEMA. But the idea is that the territory can now ask for additional type of funding from FEMA. But I think having a HMP in place would look good if we want to ask for funding for mitigation strategies from other agencies. This plan goes beyond previous plans. There's the word resilience in it. This word is a bit all-encompassing, but the idea is really to think about, how can we develop the territory in a way that, we can reduce risk, we can promote our ability to quickly rebound after disasters or big event, and we can sort of start thinking about sustainable development. And some of those aspects and topics and concepts will be visited and revisited throughout the event. But it's really risk reduction, resilience, and long-term sustainability is sort of what we are looking at when we are working on this plan. So this is why we are taking a bit longer than usual for this, because we're trying to bring all those concepts together into one. We are also trying to create some public support for recovery efforts in the territory, but also for risk reduction initiative writ large. And so that's why you've probably seen some op-eds in the newspaper. We're trying to have those workshops and other public meetings to really make sure that people and the general public understand what we're trying to do and become champion for what we're trying to do along with Vatima. So as I mentioned, the guiding principles for our effort are resilience, sustainability or sustainable development. We are also thinking about climate adaptation and how the risks that we are looking at, the different hazards that we are looking at, how they can be made worse by climate change. But, you know, as well as what is climate change doing in and of itself to create new hazards for us in the territory. We are very aware that we are a society made of people from various different backgrounds. We have pretty much all sort of citizen or former citizens of all islands in the Caribbean are present in the USVI. We also have a fair amount of folks from the mainland US as well as Europe, Asia. It's a very diverse community with a lot of values. So we are trying to, as much as possible, recognize this in our plan, as well as recognizing the need of vulnerable communities. And then the last thing is we are very much thinking about building capacity. So towards the end of the plan, once we submit the plan, we're then going to turn around and start thinking, how can we help government agency, NGOs, civil society put in place some of the strategies that we are proposing, or allow them to go after some of the strategies that we are proposing. So after we submit the plan, we are expecting to spend a lot of time with various stakeholders and really sort of figure out how we can build capacity and capability in the territory so that we can start moving forward as soon as possible. So, and as you will learn very, very quickly, we are very vulnerable to different types of hazards in the territory. There's earthquakes, tsunami, landslides, climate change, which is making hurricane and rainstorm and drought potentially more stronger and potentially more intense. And then, as I mentioned, there is sea level rise and higher temperature in and of themselves that present threats to our community and our infrastructure. So natural hazards can really devastate our economy and our communities. And so what we are asking ourselves is, how can we make sure that those hazards, you know, have as small of an impact as possible, or when they occur and when they have some sort of impact, how can we make sure that, you know, we can recover as quickly as possible? So really this concept of risk management and resilience. But we are also asking ourselves, moving forward, looking into the future, how can we make sure that we build and develop in a way that we don't put ourselves in harm's way and maintain the sort of services and benefits we receive from natural events? So this graph is imperfect, but I think it tells a story regarding the imperfection. The story is that we've been experiencing more and more hazards and more events that disturb us since, you know, the 1700 or even before. Part of it is because we're better at record keeping, but part of it is because we are also noticing that there are more multiple events happening, there are more major events happening, and there are also more minor events happening to us in the territory. We believe that it's a consequence of not only the fact that, as I mentioned, we are better at record keeping, but we are also probably experiencing the consequence of development, as well as the impact of climate change. So the question is, how can we slow down or stop those events from really impacting us? So the way that we are sort of approaching this question using the principle that I mentioned earlier is really to say, okay, the traditional approach of looking at, you know, a risk mitigation and hazard mitigation in general is to say, what are the critical infrastructure? Where are the people? Where do they live? And how can we make sure that we protect houses, we protect building, and we protect critical infrastructure? So that's still very much a good approach. It's important to protect property and lives. But we are looking at it in a slightly different way, in addition to sort of following a traditional method. We are also starting and acknowledging the fact that we as a community are happy to live together and continue to live together if we have access to a series of services, if we have access to jobs, if we can live together and have fun together, that's a cultural identity and cultural services that we all enjoy. If we have access to information that really help us to live better here in the Virgin Islands, if the government is meeting our needs, if nonprofits are helping meet, some of the need, if we have access to healthcare services, et cetera, et cetera. So the idea is that we as a society can live well and can live well together if we have access to a series of services that we can together enjoy or utilize to have a happy life for us and our family. And so knowing that, then we are asking, how can we make sure that the critical infrastructure, the building environment, the built environment, et cetera, can really help those services be provided? And what does it take for those services to continue to be provided, even if you have a hazard? So it's not so much how can we protect road, but how can we ensure that people have access to transportation? How people can have access to energy sources? WAPA can go out, the pole can go down, and that's fine, they will repair it. But in the meantime, how can we ensure that people have access to what they need so that they can power whatever they need to survive? So it's a slight change in perspective, but it allows us to broaden our thinking and broaden the type of question that we want to answer. The other thing that we are saying is that society and communities are extremely important. Government cannot do everything. It's just impossible right now to assume that government can do everything, given the complexity of our needs and given the sort of limitation of how big the government can be. So we're really thinking about the role of NGOs in hazard mitigation planning and how they can help promote some of the strategies, but also help develop some of the strategies that we're thinking. And then we're also thinking about the role that natural systems play in terms of the benefits that they provide, whether they are protection services in terms of reducing the risk for landslides for trees, or climate regulation in terms of reducing temperatures, but also cultural services and identity services in terms of, the beach and the sort of landscape that we all recognize and identify with. So the last thing that we sort of realize as we put this together is realize that we are not in the mainland. We are in the Caribbean. We are made of Caribbean people who have a slightly different history and different culture than in the mainland. We are also recognizing the fact that we are 3 islands that are separated, and we need to travel from one island to another, whether it's by plane or by boat, but we need to move to go from one place to another to visit family, friends, or for work. And goods and services also have to be moved. So that makes us different from, say, our neighbor in Puerto Rico, even though I would say it's probably the same since they have 2 islands, Vieques and Culebra. But we are actually, smaller than Puerto Rico and slightly less sort of space for us to do what could be done or could be thought of if you were thinking about, traditional mitigation strategies. So this is very much important because it has really strong implication for ensuring everybody has access to what they need, but also to sort of realize that maybe we will not get everything that we need from the mainland and others, as fast as say, Miami or, Texas. We are at the end of the supply chain for many, many reasons, but also that has very much a lot of consequences for what we depend on when things go wrong. The other thing that we are realizing is that our society is slightly different from a typical sort of American community. We have slightly less citizens, so a lot of people who are permanent residents or have different sort of legal status. We're also a bit older than the average American sort of community. So that means that the thinking about the need for vulnerable population is probably a little bit higher than what we would have done in typical society. We also have a higher poverty level, so access to services and goods and ability to have access to those goods when traditional means of accessing it are not available is something that we really think about. So our sort of demographic and economic characteristics, and we're going to get into it as we sort of continue with this presentation and this workshop, really shapes how we sort of think about this concept of ensuring that everybody has access to what they need to live a happy life here in the Virgin Islands. So as I mentioned, and those are the last few comments, cultural identity, cultural, like really anchoring ourselves in who we are is extremely important so that we make sure we don't create cookie cutter sort of solutions, but solutions that are really appropriate to who we are, to what we do. And we also need to pay attention to our economy. We have a sort of vibrant economy that is diversifying, but it's still relatively fragile. And we will be talking about that throughout the course of this workshop. The University of the Virgin Islands and other entities such as the RT Park and others are really sort of thinking about creating a workforce that can meet the challenges of tomorrow. But we are very much taking into account our economic reality so that we don't, create plans that we cannot maintain or plans that we cannot sort of fully follow on as time passes. And then the last thing is really thinking about the diversity of our infrastructure. Yes, we rely on WAPA. Yes, we rely on public works for roads, but people also are starting to develop alternative way of accessing water, accessing energy, and communicating in different ways that sometimes don't just rely on, say, the normal wireless sort of network. So really thinking about diversity of option and diversity of players and stakeholders when we are thinking about the type of mitigation strategies that we need to put in place in the territory. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I hope that this gives you a sense of the type of work that we're doing and the type of thinking that we sort of are following in order to develop this plan. And so before I sort of start and we start the presentations, we are going to sort of we're going to do a little quick game where we are sort of asking you some poll questions, just sort of have a sense of, who is in the room and what you guys have in your mind before we, hit the road and start the various presentation. So Abigail, would you mind providing a poll question?
Good morning, everyone. So I'll be sharing a poll questions with you guys. I'm going to launch it now. You can select the desired answer when we're finished. I will close the poll and I will share with you guys the results, okay? So you should see it on your screen right now.
I don't see it on my screen.
Your co-host, so you may not be able to participate. Yeah, I assigned co-hosts to all the breakout room leaders. So you may not be able to participate. Sorry. So the answers are coming in. Interesting, especially the third question. I'm getting a bit concerned. Okay, so about 40 people have answered the questions. So I'm still waiting for others to participate. Okay, I'm getting a bit more happy with the third question results. Okay, we have 50 answered so far. The answers are still coming in. If those who you stepped away previously and you just came back to your computer, we are participating in a poll. So feel free to join and answer the questions. Okay, I'll give it about 30 more seconds. Okay, so we got 60 answers, so I'll be ending the poll right now. I'm going to share the results. All right, so Greg, do you want to take over or do you want me to go over the answers?
Yeah, go over the answers because I don't see them.
Okay, so why are you here? 38% said they are interested in the topic hazard mitigation. 27% said they're required to come here for work. I'm so sorry. 10% said they're excited to learn something new. 17% said they cared about hazard impacts. And 8% said they came because of the 2017 hurricanes. So question number 2, who's in the room? 35% of you guys said VI government. 23% said federal government. 13% said UVI. 2% said business. 12% said nonprofit. 5% concerned VI citizen. 3% student and youth. And 7% none of the above. So for my favorite question, which tart? 40% got guava. I'm a guava fan. I go hard. Is guava tart or no tart? 27% said pineapple, and 33% said coconut.
Oh, I'm very glad. This is great. Guava, guava. And for those who are still not guava team, I would strongly encourage you to spend some time with guava. Your life will be better for it. Well, thank you so much for this. So the first presentation that we're going to have is a presentation from Brian Neff and Jerry Bove, and they're going to just talk to you about the different hazards that the VI can be impacted by. So before we start this presentation, we're just going to do one more poll. So please answer as fast as you can about the type of hazards that concern you in the VI. So Abigail, would you mind going through the next poll question, please?
Sure. I'm launching the poll right now. It's just one question, so it's just a quick answer, really. Okay, the answers are rolling in. I'll give it about 30 more seconds. Okay, I'm getting ready to end the poll. The poll has ended. I'm going to share the results. So 15% said they're scared of earthquake most. 13% said tsunami. 34% said hurricane. Rain-induced flood, that was 2%. 5% said coastal flooding and erosion. 5% said drought. Climate change had 26%. So the highest percentage was the hurricane.
And the second one is?
The second highest is climate change.
Oh, that's really good to hear. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, in order to limit technical difficulties and delays, we decided that presenters would pre-record their presentation. They will all be available for question and answers after the presentation. So now what I will do is I will play the video of their presentation. The video is on YouTube. It makes it easier for us to manage the flow of information. So I will ask everyone to make sure your camera is turned off during the presentation and during the Q&A. So I'm going to share my screen.
You have no audio, Greg.
Oh. Excuse me, are you saying you cannot hear the audio?
Correct.
Okay, sorry, that's my bad. Let me do it again. So apologies for that. I forgot to click one button. There we go. That should work.
Welcome to the Hazard Mitigation and Resilience Plan Workshop. I am Brian Neff. I am a hydrologist. I worked in public health for a while, taught environmental health classes, worked on hazards, things like that. And I am on the HMRP project, working primarily with water-associated hazards. Together with my colleague, Gerald Beauvais, we will be talking for a few minutes about the hazards that we face, how they impact us, how they surprise us. So lock in, take some notes, ask some questions at the end. Get ready to think differently about hazards. We, you and I, are here today because we are vulnerable to hazards. Just in the last 5 years, we've taken direct hits from 2 Category 5 hurricanes. We have seen street flooding become a fairly regular occurrence after just moderate rainfalls. 2 of the worst 4 seasonal droughts that we've ever faced have happened in the last 5 years, and 2020 wasn't one of them. Puerto Rico just had a magnitude 6.4 earthquake this year that wiped out power to nearly the entire island and destroyed thousands of homes. And thank goodness we haven't been hit by a tsunami. The total cost of all these hazards just in the last 5 years is over 2.5 times our gross territorial product. That expense is mind-boggling. If it's one thing hazards have shown us, it's that they surprise us. They have a way of just being surprising. The impacts that they cause tend to surprise us. To be sure, preparing for hazards is costly. It's complex. It's difficult. But it also saves lives and prevents loss. First up, I'm going to discuss hurricanes. Hurricanes and the hazards they bring have shaped our history. They'll shape our future. The massive disruption caused by the 2017 hurricanes is fresh in our minds. In the USVI, we have a very unfortunate geography when it comes to hurricanes. In terms of physical geography, we're located in a bad spot. This is a map of all known Category 5 storm tracks, and the yellow arrow shows roughly where we are. As you can see, we're right in the middle of the action. Not a good place. So the 27 hurricanes hopefully serve as a worst case scenario in terms of the physical hazard of hurricanes and how disruptive they can be. This disruption is fresh in our minds. Electricity and telecommunications were down for months. Ports and airports were closed for weeks. All 3 hospitals and critical care facilities in the territory were damaged. The cost of those storms was staggering at over $10 billion. As I said earlier, that's roughly 2.5 times our gross territorial product. Suffice to say, these are incredibly destructive events. A unique part of this disruption caused by hurricanes results from their very unique triple hazard. Hurricanes bring storm surge, intense rainfall, and wind, potentially in historical magnitudes, and all at once. The simultaneous onset of these hazards drives a lot of surprise. We're going to describe key aspects of each of these hazards to better frame coming discussions on how to reduce the disruption they bring. Coastal flooding is caused by storm surge, essentially. Storm surge is defined as the abnormal rise of water generated by a storm. It's driven by wind. It's essentially the piling up of seawater on the coast. Wind pushes water ahead of the storm. When it hits the island, it has nowhere to go, so it piles up. It comes up the shoreline of the island. Statistically, storm surge is the most deadly aspect of hurricanes. But thankfully, we have a relatively deep bathymetry around the Virgin Islands, and storm surge is naturally low here. During Hurricanes Irma and Maria, for example, storm surge was 2 to 3 feet. less than you would get somewhere else, but 2 to 3 feet can still definitely be significant. One of the neat emergency management tools we have developed for the HMRP is what's called a GIS story map. We'll be spending some quality time with this tool today. I'll let my colleague, Dr. Beauvais, describe it to you more fully in a few minutes. For now, consider this to be an online interface for hazard-related GIS resources in the Virgin Islands. This tool is lightning fast and has tremendous functionality. Here I'll use this tool to look at the exposure and potential impacts caused by storm surge. First, I will make sure I got the layers selected I need power stations. As you can see, there's a million different layers here. I'll select power stations. Just give you a little preview. There's a whole bunch of stuff here you can select. Get rid of that. And I happen to know power station is located over here in this bay. Oh, looks like the icon didn't quite show up like I wanted it to. Oh well, but you get the location. That's where the power station is located. And the blue here, that's where the storm surge map shows the extent of storm surge is likely to go in a 100-year event. And you can see our power station is A-OK, nothing to worry about. And so you can verify things like that really quickly. You can zoom in and out, you can scroll around, you can say, well, yeah, there actually is a lot of storm surge over here. And this is in Charlotte Amalie. Quite a bit of things. All of the houses are back here, so yeah, it's not good, but could be better. So it's a neat resource to use. Coastal flooding is similar in a lot of ways to tsunami hazards. Both are saltwater inundation of a very thin band along the coast, especially where it's flat. This happens to be exactly where you would want to site power plants, ports, desalination plants, water treatment plants, hotels, the tourism industry. They're similar in that regard. With regard to surprise, if these things surprise us, there's cases both ways. On the one hand, coastal flooding is predictable. It's even forecastable. We have maps that show us where they're going to be. We'll get forecasts to say the warning's coming. But there's definitely still a potential for a surprise. The extent of flooding from a given amount of storm surge increases as sea level rises. Again, climate change isn't doing us any favors here. According to the most recent IPCC report, relative to where we were at the beginning of the century, will be about a foot of sea level rise by mid-century and about 1.5 feet by the end of the century. Rough numbers depending on which scenario you look at, but that's roughly where we're looking at. Storm surge will just increase. We'll just increase on top of that. So the maps that we currently have will not be valid into the future. That's something we need to pay attention to. One of my favorite quotes is, "It ain't what you don't know that gets you into trouble so much as what you know for sure that just ain't so." And this is a great example of that. And the same thing, as we'll see, the same thing applies to riverine flood maps. In terms of impacts, let's take a look at the 100-year floodplain. This is another page on Jerry's story map. We're going to look at St. Croix this time. I flipped on the layer for the 100-year floodplain. You can zoom right in. And one thing that immediately sticks out is that it is not at all hard to find neighborhoods and houses and all sorts of built environment inside the 100-year floodplain. Like, those are all houses. Those are all people's lives. Now, that's not necessarily to say that all these people are doomed, but it is saying we'd better have some awesome infrastructure in place to take care of that stormwater. And speaking of stormwater infrastructure, there's a lot more to the flooding story. And number one is degrading stormwater infrastructure. Wish I had better news. I have some pictures that suggest we have some issues. These are those engineered storm channel guts I was talking about. Some of them look like this, look great, they're clean, water flows through them great. Others look like this. Sediment collects there. Plants, and most of the time that this sits dry, the plants take root and you get this. And let me tell you, stormwater's not going to run very efficiently through that. Certainly not like it was designed to. Let me move myself over. These are culverts plugged by debris and whatever. And it's not hard to find pictures of this. I have pictures of stormwater drains that are obstructed and whatnot. Culverts are a bottleneck, can be a bottleneck. They're not engineered to be that way, but a lack of maintenance can lead to this. Number two of the runoff story that I need to add is that we have added a lot of people. We've built a lot of stuff. There's been a lot of development. Back in the day, in the 1960s, we had a very low population. We had a bit of a boom, stabilized in the 80s. But look at this. From 1985 to 2018, the number of road miles in the Virgin Islands has increased by 68%. In St. Thomas, it's increased by 151%. Now, there's consequences for runoff just with the road miles, but the road miles are probably just an indicator of some pretty serious development in that time. And sure enough, there has been. This is a land use map. This shows land cover in 1985 and 2018. Now, I want you to focus on the red areas. The red areas, let me slide this over again. The red areas relate to developed medium intensity, and like the yellow areas are rangeland and whatever. You can see that the decrease in rangeland and the increase in developed medium intensity development. On St. Thomas, look at all the red there. This is pretty profound. Now, in theory, this would reduce the impermeable area. It would limit infiltration. It would increase runoff and increase flooding. At least that's all that's in theory. So this got me to thinking, what does this do to the hydrology? And I modeled it. I used a physically based rainfall runoff model. Instead of using some hypothetical situation, I took an actual rainstorm that left some flooding in St. Thomas and St. John. And I looked at the 15-minute rainfall data for that, and I modeled exactly that. Then I picked I picked representative guts around the Virgin Islands, and I modeled those. In fact, I'm going to share Queen's Gut in St. Thomas and Bethlehem Gut in St. Croix. Once I set my models up, the only thing I did is I changed the land use between what existed in 1985 and then what existed in 2018. And here are those results. Here's Queen's Quarter Gut in St. Thomas. Let me move myself out of the way the best I can. What you're looking at is a graph of rainfall. On this axis is inches of rainfall per hour, and then this is the hours. So when it starts to rain, this gray line is the amount of rain and how much it falls, the hourly rate. And so this rainstorm came, it had a couple waves, and then it peaked, and then it came down, and it was done. Now, the colored lines are the runoff in the gut, and those are, look at this axis, this is runoff in cubic feet per second. Now, the blue line is 1985 land use. The red line is 1918 land use, land cover, I misspoke. And there's a pretty profound increase. Just from the land cover change, 43% rise in peak runoff. That's where the floods basically are coming from. Now, this was a very short, very steep watershed. I did this for Bethlehem Gut in St. Croix. That's it comes out just to the east of the airport. I'll show. We looked at it earlier on the story map. This was a 200, basically tripled the runoff that happened from this little rainstorm. And you may have noticed in the Virgin Islands, we tend to get street flooding after relatively small rainstorms, or at least moderate sized rainstorms. And that's not your imagination, that happens. And now I want to show you a video clip from off of YouTube, actually, from that storm. That was November 18th, 2018. There's actually quite a few videos of this storm on YouTube. When you watch this, keep in mind that just the land use increased the runoff from this storm. And that increases the stress on stormwater infrastructure that may or may not be decaying or may not have been improved. It's increasing the amount of water that's there at the same time. So this is the consequence.
Once the rain lets up, we'll all need to start clearing roads, but please do not drive through these washouts.
So what can we conclude from this? Why did I show this video? I'm trying to put a human face on the consequences between land use change, infrastructure decay, and intense flooding. And the first lesson I take from this is that the biggest changes driving riverine flooding are self-inflicted. But the good news is that we have some control over that. And in the HMRP, we are helping to address this issue. We are working to reevaluate floodplains. We're working to develop tools for decision makers to see the connections between land use change, infrastructure failures, and flooding. We don't have the results yet. They'll be coming sometime later this year, actually next year. But as I'm fond of saying, science is a progress report. The third hazard, looking ahead, the third hazard that hurricanes bring us is intense wind. I'm going to hand off to my colleague, Jerry Beauvais, to talk about intense wind and talk a little bit more about his snazzy story map tool that he created.
Good morning, everyone. I am Gerald Beauvais with the University of the Virgin Islands. I'm going to add one move to wind. I'll cover earthquakes and tsunamis. I'm going to cover each of these quickly and then share with you at the end of the talk a link to a series of maps that we've created that are packed with information that we hope you'll take some time to go through over the course of the workshop and think about some of what some of our speakers are going to be talking about in terms of resiliency and exposure, and maybe some of that information will be useful in some of the breakout groups and exercises that we have you go through later. So wind is one hazard, as I talked about the multi-hazard of hurricanes. Winds during hurricanes and tropical storms are actually the most damaging hazard the territory experiences on a regular basis. However, winds that occur outside of hurricanes can cause pretty significant damages to trees, which impact power lines and block roadways, can damage vehicles and structures, and winds, because of the wind speed up factor, actually winds within, even a lower wind speed can quickly become quite fast. Finally, wind-driven rain damage is also a significant issue during hurricanes and tropical storms and can cause a significant amount of damage. So I mentioned the wind speed up factor, and what exactly does that mean? Unlike a person climbing a hill, winds speed up with increasing hill height and steepness of the slope, reach a maximum speed at the crest, and on increasing slope, wind speeds are highest along the ground and decrease with height above the ground and distance from the crest. That means that winds are sweeping up the slope. They're the fastest at ground level, and the speed of them increases as they move up the slope. So wind speed up is about 50% territory wide. And by that, I mean that the winds that are measured at the coastline speed up by 50% by the time they reach some of the higher peaks around the territory. But this can actually be as high as the mid 60%. So even though they occur away from the coast and up steep slopes, the highest wind speeds still occur in pretty densely populated areas. And we'll see that in a minute here. So wind speed up means, as we saw that chart on the previous slide, that 35 to 80 miles an hour, there can be a significant increase in the likelihood of tree damage. And what the wind speed up means, and let me put this map up here. What the wind speed up means is that a wind speed of 50 miles per hour at the coast can actually be 80 plus miles per hour once it reaches inland. And so here we have a map of modeled wind speeds. And let me just open the legend here, St. Thomas. So we can see in these light green shaded areas along the coast here, a wind speed of 149 miles per hour actually increases to just over 200, about 242 miles an hour over a very short distance. So we can do a measurement here and see within about a kilometer or less, actually, the wind changes can change significantly. And when we're talking about multi-hazard events, I think Brian showed us the maps where we saw coastal flooding inundating some parts of this area, which is Charlotte and Mali. And less than a kilometer away from that, we have winds at 240 plus miles an hour. Not that 140 mile an hour winds here at the coast are not significant. That's 240 mile an hour wind is quite different from that. And as we can see, these are pretty densely built areas. Now, we don't have necessarily the critical infrastructure in these areas. And I encourage everyone, when we send you the link, to have a look at some of the different infrastructure. And we'll have some instructions on how to go through this. So we have power plants, waste collection sites, schools. And I'd like you to consider what type of assets, infrastructure assets are in some of these areas, and how such high wind speeds might impact them. Now I'd like to move on to earthquake and tsunami hazards. And I lump these two together because they're somewhat distinct from the other hazards that we've spoken about in terms of they occur on a much more compressed timescale with little to no warning. The impacts are immediate and can be quite devastating. And in terms of earthquakes, risk might be higher than you think. They occur quite frequently in our neighbor in Puerto Rico. In the past 10 months, they've experienced 10 earthquakes of a magnitude of 5.0 or greater. And the PR and USVI actually have comparable risks, which are just below the risk of earthquake damage in California. Unfortunately, there hasn't been a lot of good data in terms of estimates of potential, very specific potential earthquake damage for the territory, in part because geographically we cover such a small area. So what we call VS30 data, which is a measure of Put simply, it tells us how a site might respond to an earthquake or ground shaking, and is used as a standard measure for establishing earthquake-resistant building codes. Unfortunately, the data that do exist, the VS data 30 data that do exist for the territory, are at a spatial scale that really lacks detail for the, how small we are. So we've created some estimates using information about the geology and soil types in the territory, and looked at comparisons with Puerto Rico that has some more detailed VS 30 data, as well as California, until we can actually do a VS 30 study, which we have sort of in the planning stages at the moment. So the VS 30 data that we were able to calculate, and it's not complete, gives us an idea of what type of ground motion and hence what type of damage we might expect, or building codes we might want to think about for areas that have a lot more ground acceleration or shear wave velocity than others do. And the darker the color here, the more potential for ground shaking. Now, this doesn't take into account some of the other impacts that earthquakes have, liquefaction, etc. But it is an important measure, and we are working to establish it in more detail for the territory. So now let's move on to tsunami, and I'll have some concluding remarks to wrap up this portion of the hazard impact talk. So although not as tsunami-genic as the Pacific, the Caribbean is a tectonically active region, and risk for tsunami in the territory is quite real. We experienced a major tsunami in 1867 with what's called a near-field source, which is the Virgin Islands Trough, or several locations in the Virgin Islands Trough. In the USVI, the source of the tsunami is a major factor that determines impacts. The major threats are from several near-field sources: the Puerto Rico Trench, Virgin Islands Trough, and these are used to construct the maps that you'll see in subsequent slides. And this is in contrast to what we call farther afield sources, which could actually be as far away as the coast of Europe, in which case we'll have a much greater warning. So the tsunami early warning systems and evacuation plannings are key to reducing loss of life. But tourism in the coastal zone adds a large, uninformed and uneducated, potentially uneducated, tsunami uneducated population, and it's important, and this can be an important dimension in planning for tsunami. And these far field sources offer quite a bit of time to evacuate. Unfortunately, near field sources, the time can be quite short. So the PRTG, which is the Puerto Rico Trench, models show that there are about a 25-minute warning between when the tsunami event occurs and makes landfall in St. Thomas. In the 1867 source, which is the Virgin Islands Trough, the first wave to strike St. Croix would be about 4 minutes. And even before that, in the 2-minute mark, there would be people standing on the beach in St. Croix would see a real drawback of water and then subsequent wave. And we're going to take a look at that in the next couple of slides. The one thing to keep in mind about tsunamis and the impacts is that there's really very little that we can sort of hard engineer. I think that we've learned quite a few lessons in the past 20 years about the types of damage that can occur from a tsunami, and really evacuation is the key. But in terms of a near field source, like in St. Croix, as we'll see in a minute here, and these are simulations conducted by NOAA. And this one that I'm showing you right now is the source is actually the same source as the 1867 tsunami. And we're looking at St. Croix. That source is in between the St. Croix and St. Thomas and St. John to the north, in an area of the Virgin Islands Trough. And we'll see the wave generated here. The event takes place, the wave will be generated here, and we'll see it sort of move outward from this source. And then we'll give a close-up here of St. Croix as the wave, the first waves make landfall. This shows the water level and sort of amplitude of the waves. We'll see the trough first. And keep an eye, and this is the time frame. Here we have half an hour. So keep an eye on just how quickly this reaches the shoreline. So we're very close, maybe 4 to 5 minutes away. Another thing to keep in mind is that this event occurred to the north of the island, but we see that the wave actually wraps around and impacts the southern coast. And what these waves do is they're not, it's not just the inundation and the flooding, but it's the debris that's carried by the waves in each subsequent wave. And the inundation just sort of increases, even though the subsequent waves can be smaller or are smaller, the inundation over land increases. And the debris field, the stuff that the tsunami picks up, basically is one of the most destructive factors. It's traveling at a very fast speed. I think here in St. Croix, NOAA estimated at 10 meters per second when this event would have made landfall. And wave heights, I think for the 1867 event were about 6 meters in Charlotte Amalie and St. Thomas, which is about 20 feet high, very fast moving. And we can take a look at, in St. Thomas, we're actually looking at a different scenario, which is the, just give this a minute to load. The source here is going to be the Puerto Rico Trench. And so we've got, you can see we have a longer time before this actually reaches the island, almost half an hour. So we have a little longer warning time for evacuation, where in St. Croix, and that short warning time, basically ground shaking is the warning. We can see subsequent waves striking the island. So even though the first wave is the largest, water doesn't necessarily retreat completely from the inundation. So subsequent waves continue to flow over the previous waves, and the inundation continues inland. Moving on to concluding remarks, although hazards share many common impacts, the uncertainties both in the understanding the impacts, the modeled impacts, and the scale of the hazard make it impractical to design for every potential exposure. The talks over the next 2 days will discuss non-structural pathways to resiliency that need not be overly expensive, but can reduce both the short and long-term impacts of disasters. I encourage you, and I'll share a link after this talk is over, to the maps that we looked at, including the coastal flood maps and the riverine maps, and all of those maps have infrastructure, critical infrastructure, as well as schools and churches, and I encourage you to look through those and to think a little bit about in terms of some of the talks that you're going to hear. So while protecting infrastructure, for example, code enforcement and wise planning are critical, the challenge of a structure by structure reinforcement approach to resilience is cost prohibitive. So I encourage you to look carefully at each map, at each hazard, and the critical infrastructure provided on each map, airports, seaports, and think a little bit about the exposure of supporting infrastructure for those facilities as well. So roads, parking, etc., that allow those facilities to actually be functional. So a seaport may not necessarily be flooded or incur damage, but is it accessible due to coastal flooding? I also encourage you to think a little bit about multi-hazard scenarios, as these are certainly important. So riverine and coastal flooding, COVID-19 and hurricanes, and how to think about resiliency when we're talking about a multi-hazard scenario. All of these, hopefully these maps will be helpful as you go through the different exercises that we'll have in the breakout groups, and they'll be available through the end of the workshop at your convenience. And any comments, observations, and questions, there's my email. I encourage you to please contact me, and I hope you enjoy the remainder of the workshop. Thank you very much.
Drought. Drought is a unique hazard. In fact, I see it as almost completely unique. It arrives very slowly, it creeps, you don't notice it, but it's nonetheless dangerous. Drought has collapsed civilizations. It drives famines. Fundamentally, drought is a lack of water over an unusually long period of time. Over time, diminished rainfall causes lack of water that affects the whole hydrologic system. It affects groundwater, it affects plants, it affects agriculture. Eventually, it affects human well-being. There is a clear trend in drought severity. 7 of the 8 most severe seasonal droughts on record in the Virgin Islands have occurred since 2005. Records used to calculate drought conditions extend back to the 1920s, but none of our top 10 most severe droughts occurred until the 1970s. In fact, 2 of our worst 4 seasonal droughts on record happened in the last 5 years, and 2020 didn't even make the list. Impacts of drought are also complex and difficult to understand. There is no snazzy GIS tool to zoom in on the impacts of drought. In the Virgin Islands, drought makes it very hard or impossible for agriculture to succeed. Drought affects rainwater harvesting and leads cisterns to run dry. Groundwater also declines. Many wells support agriculture. Wells run dry. They run dry at the worst possible moment for agriculture, sometimes with catastrophic results. Water delivery companies also like to use groundwater because it's much less expensive than desalinated water. When drought causes those wells to run dry, they have to use the more expensive desalinated water. Drought is unique. It doesn't smash, drown, shake, collapse, or tear apart, but it's no less lethal. It is slow in onset and progression. It sneaks up on us. There's definitely potential for drought to creep up on us. It can surprise, unless we're paying attention. And we're making great progress in paying attention. There are now programs in place to help us perceive and anticipate the effects of drought. Most recently, the U.S. Virgin Islands was added to the U.S. Drought Monitor. That's a USVI program that provides timely expert interpretation of what drought information means to people. The CIMH drought prediction products are 6-month forecasts of drought conditions across the Caribbean from the folks at the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology. That can be a nice complement to the Drought Monitor. Its use may increase in the future. I've even recently heard it mentioned in Drought Monitor discussions. So to summarize, we can think about hazards in terms of similarities and uniquenesses. This is a bit of a shift in thinking, but it helps us to devise ways of mitigating the effects of multiple hazards at once. Another key takeaway is that this chart is relative. Intelligent people could look at this and disagree. There's a lot you could add to this chart. The other part of our analysis is to illuminate how these hazards are likely to surprise us. This helps guide how we craft mitigation measures. I am reminded that this is a workshop, not a conference. Our role in this presentation is more to establish a foundation to build on than to declare profound conclusions. So as you go through the rest of your day, think about these hazards. Think about their similarities, their differences, how they can surprise us. At this point, we got some time. We're happy to field some questions.
All right. I hope you all enjoyed this very interesting presentation. Before we go through the Q&A, I would love to for you guys to do one more little exercise. So Brian talked about, surprises. And so surprises can be sort of, things that you were just not expecting. You wake up one day thinking you go to bed, thinking you're gonna have a nice night, and you are woken up in the middle of the night by a hurricane category 1. Or you just sort of, a surprise is sometimes when, you open a can of Coca-Cola and you open the cap and you look below the cap and it says that you've lost. You didn't know that you were playing, but somehow you lost something, or maybe you won something and you didn't even know that you were playing. So there's a lot of surprises that can happen. A lot of things that, to category 5 in 2 weeks. Nobody would sort of think that would happen, but it happens. So I was just kind of wondering for you guys, the audience, part of the audience, if, thinking about earthquakes, thinking about hurricanes, thinking about rain events, are there any sort of events that sort of surprised you? What type of surprises, either it's an event or something that happened that is related to hazard that happened to you here in the VI? So I'm going to share my screen. And I'm going to ask you to go. I know you've been checking your email and doing other things. So I know that you have a website open. So I'll ask you to go to menti.com, MENTIY.com. And then when you're there, you're going to see a code. And the code is 712570. And in there, I want you to enter just some few words. Like a word would be best, 2 words, okay, about what was a surprise event here in the Virgin Islands. Or wherever you are, what was a surprise event in Illinois or New Jersey or California? Yeah, pandemic. Maria. Wildfire, yeah. Yeah, they're really surprised us how severe they are. The earthquake we had the other day was quite a surprise, I have to say. I was not expecting it. We were in the middle of a Zoom call and everything started to shake. Delaware is a surprise. That one is a very interesting one. I would like to hear more about Delaware being a surprise. Colorado is a surprise. That's interesting. Virgin Islands is a surprise. Okay, I'm not quite getting it. Election gridlock. So I hear earthquake and pandemic so far are the biggest surprises. Windstorms. Just a few more seconds. Pandemic, yes. Yeah, 2 Cat 5 in 1 week. That was a surprise. A surprise of how things don't work. I guess maybe it's not a surprise after a while, but I guess if you just move to a new place, it can be a surprise if you expect. Killing frost. Yeah, I heard Colorado got some frost very early this year. All right, so we're gonna stop this event, just very few seconds before we move into the Q&A and the exercise. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. Thank you so much, everyone. So thank you, that was very fun. So now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna ask Brian and Jerry to turn on their camera. And then for the next few minutes, we're gonna do a little Q&A. If you don't mind, just either you put your Q&A in the chat, or if you want to say something, just raise your hand, unmute yourself and ask the question. Does anybody have any question for our speakers? And one thing that was not maybe mentioned as much as one would want is the impact of sea level rise, how sea level rise is going to increase in some region, the coastal flooding, and how climate change in general is going to impact a lot of these flooding events that in the hurricane that you know, Brian and Jerry talked about. So Jerry, we have a question. What is VS30? You are on mute, Jerry.
VS30 is a measure, I think I explained in the, just briefly in the video, that was calculated on a global basis. It basically tells us what kind of shaking we can expect. It's similar to a ground acceleration. It takes into account the first, the top 30 meters of, from the surface to 30 meters down.
Yeah, so when you have an earthquake, the ground is shaking, but the type of soil that you have can amplify that shaking. If you have just fill will amplify it much, much more than if you just have rock. And so you can use ground acceleration, which is just the acceleration of the overground to design a building, but usually buildings are built on different soil. So it's best to have that value of amplification to really know how much that initial shaking is amplified by the soil that you have, so you can design the building properly. And so what Jerry was saying is, unfortunately, the VI is probably the only place in the US where we don't have that amplification factor value. But we know that just looking at the ground acceleration, we have the same risk as Puerto Rico and parts of California. We are in a very active earthquake region. So we're looking at ways to create that VS30 to go one step further. But just looking at the ground acceleration, our values compared to the highest value in Puerto Rico. Any other question?
So somebody wanted to go through the St. Croix earthquake map. That is the VS30 measure that Greg was just talking about, that we calculated. We did some interpolation and calculated based on data from California and Puerto Rico. That's a preliminary map. Right now, as Greg said, we're working to actually do a VS30 study. We're thinking about how we can do a VS30 study for the entire territory to get more detailed maps. That map is based on bedrock geology and soil type. And we match that with other areas in the country that have bedrock geology and soil type, as well as VS30 data. So we had to do a little bit of interpolation for that. We hope long-term to have a much more detailed map that could help building codes be more specific for specific areas.
So there was a question by why would an earthquake taking place north of St. Croix would have such an impact on the entire island? And I believe that the question really refers to the tsunami.
Yeah.
Do you want to answer that question?
Yeah, that's because the tsunami actually wraps around, the wave wraps around the island. The impact isn't going to be as great on the exposure side, but the wave does actually come around. If you look at those videos, and you can see those later, all three of them are there for each island. The wave actually wraps around the point of the island and comes around the backside.
And I'm going to put in the chat, I'm going to put the link to the maps so you can have access to the maps. There's a question about land use, land cover data. So one of our contractors did the study using satellite imagery from 85, 90s, 2000s, and 2017. So we're going to put those data online. We can share them with everyone. But that's what we used. And this data was ground truth compared to what NOAA has and not what NOAA generates. There is another question, I believe.
I'd just like to add, we're also looking at some data from earlier and looking at some development from, we have some aerial photographs that we've been working with from 1954 that we've been doing some analysis on, just to look at what was where at that time and some of the changes that have taken place.
And a lot has changed.
A lot has changed.
There was
Grab Janet's question. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, regarding the drought, where is drought worse? What island? The short answer is we don't really know. It's an artifact of how we measure drought with normalized indexes, and it gets complicated, but it's not possible to answer that simply. Maybe we can catch up later and we can talk about. Also, Christina Chan is talking later about the drought monitor. Maybe she'll take a stab at that one.
One last question.
Well, one thing I'd like to add is in regard to the tsunami. A tsunami wave is not a normal wave. It's not the kind of wave that you go to the beach and you see waves lapping on the shore, even during a hurricane. It's a very special wave, and so it has very unique characteristics that are not like wind-driven surface waves.
So, thank you.
Yes, there's one more question. Let me just, the LiDAR data for the VI. We don't have the LiDAR data up there, but we do have the LiDAR data, and I will post it next week. But we have both the current LiDAR data, the most recent, which are post-Maria, which are available at the USGS as well. But we didn't post those, no.
Okay.
They were used in the analysis, but they're not posted online.
All right. So, so thank you everyone for your question. So if there's no more question, we're gonna go through a bit of an interactive exercise. So Abigail just put in your chat a link that I will copy and paste again. So it's at the top of your chat, and it's bit.ly/hazard_identify map. And so what we're gonna be doing, we can stay together or maybe go in breakout groups. Excuse me, but what we're gonna be doing is we are going to just go through a little exercise where we fill out where we find different hazards, where you guys experienced a lot of flooding here in the VI. Brian showed you some maps of where flooding can be expected, but we know that sometimes there is flooding outside of those maps because of modeling limitation, but also because sometimes the land cover map that was used for modeling is different from reality. So some regions are experiencing more flooding than maybe is captured by the map. So what we want to do is we want to take some of your time here, go through this exercise for the next few minutes. And then we also want to ask you, where is an area that you feel is an area, a building, a place, center that you think is of particular importance? So Jerry showed you in your map, he showed you, where the schools are, where the fire stations are. And if you play with the link that I sent you, you will see that you can click on and off various layers of critical facilities. But we are asking you, what is critical facility for you? Is it, a park? Is it your church? Is it, a community center? Is it the Pueblo supermarket? What is critical facility for you? So that's the exercise that we're gonna go through until the break. So I'm gonna play a short video for you to sort of explain how to use the tool. And then within your breakout, you will be using this tool.
Hello, and welcome to the first breakout group of the 2020 Hazard Mitigation and Resilience Plan Workshop. In this session, you will be identifying areas of concern and points of interest in the Virgin Islands on a map. First, go to the map website. The link will be provided in the chat box in your breakout group, or you can go to bit.ly/hazard_identity map. Once on the website, choose the island that you would like to input data using the tabs here. To add a data point to the map, click the edit icon here. Choose which type of data you would like to input. The blue circle is where flooding occurs, and the yellow star shows points of interest that are important to you and your community. You can find a location on the map by typing in the search bar. You can also use the icons here to zoom in or out. Another method is to hover your mouse over the area you would like to zoom in and use the scroll bar to zoom in or out. To reset the screen, click the home button and you will go back to the original screen. Once you have found a location on the map, click to record a data point. Oops! First, you need to select what type of data you want to record. Now you can click to record a data point. A pop-up window will come up. The object ID is automatically updated and keeps a tally of the data points entered. The location of flood is where you will enter the area name and description of where you know flooding occurs. If you would like, you can enter your name and last name so we can contact you if we would like to follow up on the data point. If not, you can leave this field blank. The final field asks for the level of flooding in a range of 1 to 5, with 1 being minor or infrequent and 5 being severe or frequent flooding. You may also add relevant comments to this field. When you are finished entering the data, click Close. Your data point will be saved. Now, let's try entering a point of interest. First, click on the type of data you'd like to input, and then add your point to the map. The fields are similar. Under Comments, enter the reason why this location is important to you and your community. Again, we click Close to save the data point. If you have entered a data point incorrectly, you can click on the data point again and make edits. If you would like to delete the data point, click the Delete button. The data point will be removed from the map. We hope you enjoy this interactive mapping exercise, and please ask the breakout group facilitator if you have any additional questions with the map. Thank you.
All right. So what's going to happen is Abigail is going to put us into different breakout group. And within this breakout group, we're going to be working on this interactive map together. Abigail? Abigail, you are muted. We cannot hear you, Abigail. Abigail? I don't know what's happening.
Teston, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. I'm sorry about that. I'm going to send you guys into breakout rooms. You will be automatically moved to your breakout room. If there are any questions or concerns, there should be a button in your respective breakout rooms asking for the host. The host is me, so I can come in and assist, okay? You'll be in the breakout room for 23 minutes. At the end of the allotted time, you will be brought back into the main session. I will send reminders to everyone letting you know when the time is coming to an end.
Thank you.
Andrew, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Hi, would you like to join a breakout room?
That would be great. Please do.
Okay,
Let me
give
in.
me
Thank you
just a
very much.
second.
I'm going to go ahead and mute myself to start with.
Okay, no problem.
Thanks.
Hi, John, would you like to join our breakout group?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I was in the breakout room, but I couldn't hear anything. I didn't know if anything was really going on. I just had a image of just somebody.
Oh, really? Which breakout group are you in?
I can't number 4.
Oh, yeah. You just want to hang out here? Well, if you would like to join back, I can, or I can send you into another room if you'd like. But if you just want to hang here, that's fine.
Let me try to reconnect and see if it was just an audio thing.
Okay, cool.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Let's see. Hi, everyone. So we are, time for break, but I thought we would take just a few more minutes to look at the results. And then if everybody has any question or comments, happy to hear them. I thought this was a very exciting exercise. Thank you so much. It seems like we got a lot of data. So I'm going to share the results. If we look at the map from afar, so this is St. Thomas, we're going to do each island. Let's start with St. Croix by order. So we see a lot of dots. So thank you everyone for providing your input. What jumps at me is the fact that we have a few dots that are outside of the flood zone. And I think that's the point of this exercise, is to highlight how much more flooding happens in regions that are not delineated by the model. And I think some of it is because of what Brian mentioned, in addition to other reasons. What's also exciting is to see how many important places there are for you all in the Virgin Islands, both outside of any flood zone, but also in sort of risky areas. So really thinking about how can we maintain delivery of services to those places that are important to you. So if we look at St. John, a lot of very important places that are safe that you can access if it doesn't flood, but you can also see, especially in those very urban developed centers, the flood maps really do not capture some of your experiences of flooding. So what it means is that the maps are useful, your input is useful, but this is going to be a work in progress. We will always play catch up when it comes to hazards. Let's look at St. Thomas. Same story, a lot of places of importance that are along the coast. We are a coastal place. We love our beaches and the resources along the coast. A lot of places flood where we expect flooding to occur. But so that means that, mitigation is not, the strategies are maybe not tip top since we're still experiencing flooding. But again, a lot of flooding outside of where the maps show that flooding should occur. So a lot of work ahead of time or ahead of us to really think about improving the models, but also think about how to protect all of those places. If you want to talk or express some thoughts, raise your hand or just unmute yourself and go ahead, because I'm not sure if I can see all hands. So Brian says few dots are in the flood zone. Yep. Kenny, you wanted to say something? Hi, Kenny.
Hey, Greg, good to see you again. I love the flags. I try to represent, but the mirroring is off. I just want to say this is a great exercise. I thought I knew the islands really well, having lived there for 2 years, but I realized I don't, and I need to pony up on it. And it was just awesome seeing what people placed for like points of flooding and also points of importance, because there's a lot to be learned by what the community thinks that's important to be looked at, like Alicia with food security on the north end of St. Croix, and some other points like from Gay on St. Thomas, and the arts and cultural centers and stuff like that. So I'm really glad we had this exercise. Thanks.
Thank you. And yeah, I had to find Mafoli Road. And so thank you for everyone who gave me direction, because I was lost in my map.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny how we think we know what we know, but then we don't. We're like, oh, shoot.
Well, next time we can add a road network, and we can.
I was trying to find that on there myself to add the point there, because that road washes out. It's been pretty bad. I think they're working on it now.
Yeah, we can add a road network next time. Good point. Anybody else?
Yeah, so one of the things that came out of our group is actually just envisioning, I think it might have been Kimiko or someone else in our group was talking about crowdsourcing and actually, trying to really dedicate, some time and effort in specific communities to see, can we find a resolution in greater detail to capture some of the points you've already made. And I think there was interest to perhaps, I don't know how long these maps could be available for the participants of the workshop, but
Oh,
So
they are available for a while. I don't think we're gonna. Yes, they are available as long as you have the link.
all right, so that answers one of the questions that came out of our group. But I think people saw it as a powerful tool, and I was mentioning that we're, this is part of our, this workshop is beta testing it, and then we'll see how easy or hard it is, and figure out where the problems are before we take it, to the larger public.
Thank you. Anybody else? I know you're hungry or ready for breakfast.
Oh, yeah, Greg, I think this is an excellent app that has like many applications. And I think, in terms of the different concerns, I think it could be built out and potentially used for assistance with recovery apps. I mean, with rescue efforts during
Yeah,
a
no, that's a very
disaster.
good point. And so stay tuned, come back, and come back tomorrow, because we will be talking about that, working with some colleagues from Indiana University who are building a tool for that very, very purpose. So this is just the beginning of the fun road. So there's lots of good stuff coming up, but good point, Kimiko. Okay, so one last comment, and then you all can take a break. One last comment.
Thank you,
Listen
thank
up.
you, thank you.
Yeah.
Is
Oh,
it-
Greg, I was just going to say that there's a lot of opportunity through nonprofits that have a lot of this data and information, as well as distributing the tool. So that might be something to look into, kind of using the power of the nonprofits with all the data they already have.
Yes, very much. I agree with you very much. Yes. Okay, so we're gonna take a break. Instead of an hour, it's 50 minutes. So hopefully you can do whatever needs to be done. It would be great if you can come back at 12 o'clock VI time, which is 11 Eastern time. And I believe that would be 8 in the Pacific. So please come back in an hour. We're gonna have some real exciting talks this afternoon. We're gonna talk about, dive into a lot of very important discussion about the economy, about communities, about ecosystems. So great line of talk this afternoon. Come back in an hour or 50 minutes. And in the meantime, enjoy your break. See you very soon.
And the maps and the links for the maps, both this map and the hazard maps, will be active through the end of the workshop. So instead of following election results while you're eating lunch, you might have more fun looking at the maps.
Oh, goodness.
See you
Jerry.
in 50 minutes. Come back.
Okay.
Stop sharing your screen, Greg.
Okay, we're just gonna start very soon. So hopefully you had an enjoying break, had some good lunch or breakfast, wherever you are, or dinner. That would be good if we had some friends from Europe. So just a few more seconds and then we're gonna start again. It's exciting to see it go down. 10 more seconds. That last bite of pate. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me if you are doing something else. We're going to start again. We have a really exciting afternoon for you. So really appreciate the time that you spent with us so far. So just while we wait for the last few more folks to maybe join, I just want to share some information. So if you want to know about the event and sort of wonder where we are in terms of the agenda and what's coming up, you can go to the website. The website address is resilientvi.org and you should see it. If you go to resilientvi.org or .com, both addresses will lead you to this page here. And then you go to workshop resources. You can share the link to register or this address to your friends to tell them how good time you're having and that they should really come and check this out. But if you are already here, you go to workshop resources and that will take you to a different page and then you click agenda. This here is the bios of some of the presenters. In order to save some time, we are not sort of fully introducing the awesome members of our team and outside of our team who are presenting, but you can look at their bios and learn more about them. You can find some information about the breakout sessions as well. But really, if you want to know where we are, look at the agenda. And the agenda will give you a sense of, what's happening. So this afternoon, we got really exciting series of speakers. And the question that we are going to ask this afternoon is, how are we doing? And it's a very deceptive question. You can say, how are you doing? I'm doing well. But if you ask that question enough, you will see that people will start saying things about how really things are going, how things were going yesterday, how things are going today, what works, what doesn't work, what maybe, you have to do to make it work better or not. But this question of how we're doing today really help us understand what is it that we need to do to address the biggest challenges that we have here tomorrow when something will go wrong, because something will go wrong. Something off is happening right now with the pandemic, but we know that more hazards and surprises and things will go wrong in the future. So it's important that we take stock of what's happening today, how we're doing today. So we're gonna ask this afternoon, how's the economy doing? So Dr. Wenner is gonna talk about, how's the VI economy doing? We're gonna ask how our ecosystems are doing, our environment, how are they doing? So Dr. Waddell is gonna talk about that for a little bit. Then we're gonna ask how our communities are doing. And we're gonna hear from an awesome team, Dr. Jackson and Dr. Barrios, as well as Ms. Gadi. We're all gonna provide some perspective of how our communities in the VI are doing. So this is gonna be the first part of the afternoon. Then we're gonna move into the sectors later, more deeper into the economy, deeper into various infrastructure sector, the health sector, the electricity sector, etc. And then we're gonna say, how's the government doing? Is the government able to cope with surprises or just the day-to-day stresses that we have here in the VI? And then we're gonna talk about the role that nonprofit can help improving how we're doing. So today we're just gonna explore this question of how we're doing, and that's gonna be a precursor to talk tomorrow about this concept of resilience, sustainability, and risk management that are really going to guide how we're going to think about mitigation strategies to improve tomorrow whatever we find that maybe is not up to our liking today. So really encourage you to stay for the rest of the afternoon. We're going to have a great, exciting breakout group where we're going to challenge you later on at 3 p.m. to really think about how we're doing. But before that, we're just going to have a series of awesome talks. So the first talk is Dr. Wenner. So I'm going to share Dr. Wenner's presentation, who's going to talk to us about how the economy of the VI is doing. Oh, sorry, I just realized that I probably forgot to share the sound. So let me just stop and then let me do it again. Apologies for that. Let's see. I'm going to share my screen with the sound. And where was I? Oh, here. All right. Okay, so first is Dr. Wenner, who's going to talk about how the economy of the VI is doing. So Dr. Wenner, you have this floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Wenner, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be here with you. My task today is to share some comments and remarks on economic vulnerability and economic resilience. I am a development economist with more than 29 years experience. I have previously worked for the government of Virgin Islands in capacity of chief economist. I am currently an independent consultant. Prior to that, I've worked for International Multilateral Development Bank and private management firms and the US federal government. Permit me to share my screen. My topic is economic vulnerability and resilience, and this is briefly the outline I will attempt to follow in my short presentation. First, beginning with definition and concepts, a framework of looking at economic vulnerability, identifying what are the inherent reasons for economic vulnerability, then looking at a series of indicators of vulnerability, then turning to what are the current economic conditions of the territory and its near-term outlook, and then ending with recommendations and action steps to help build economic resilience. Economic vulnerability is basically exposure to external shocks that negatively affect economic activity and performance. These shocks can be natural disasters, they can be health pandemics, they can be macroeconomic developments in a major trading partner, or economic recession, and these things will negatively affect the jurisdiction of interest. Economic resilience is the flip side. It's basically policy-induced ability of an economy to withstand shocks, to cope with these shocks, and to recover quickly from them. So the goal here is to basically reduce vulnerability and increase resilience. There are two main reasons for economic vulnerability. One is trade openness, and the second one is export concentration or lack of diversification. Trade openness is defined basically as the sum of all your exports and imports divided by your gross domestic product. So if this ratio is more than 100, that basically means that you are more dependent on external markets than you are on your domestic or internal market. So you're basically exporting more and importing more than you actually produce yourself. The second aspect is concentration. In our case, our main industry is tourism. And so basically to determine your level of concentration is you divide your tourism exports out of your total exports. In the case of the Virgin Islands, we're averaging in between 90 to 92% dependence on tourism in our export accounts. The other exports that we have are basically rum, and in the past we had petroleum exports related to the Hovensa refinery, but we don't have those at present. Measures, this particular slide basically shows you measures of openness. And so here I'm just looking at two measures. One is trade balance, which is basically the trade merchandise balance, how much merchandise you you exported minus how much you imported. And in our case, we tend to import much more than we export, and therefore you see the bars being below the zero level in most cases, looking at the right-hand axis for measuring the trade balance. And the orange line represents the trade openness, the ratio of the exports and imports to GDP. And here you can see we are consistently over 100. And so for the last couple of years, we are 155 and 137. On the right-hand side, we have a measure of tourism as a share of GDP. And in this case, we can see that the US Virgin Islands is the 6th most tourist-dependent economy in the world. Macau, Maldives, Aruba, Seychelles, and the British Virgin Islands being ahead of us. The principal sign of vulnerability is when you have a lot of volatility in your growth rate. And so if you have a shock, you end up, having negative growth, and then you try to recover. And if you have a series of successive shocks, you end up with a pattern that we see here for the case of the Virgin Islands. So this is basically the real economic growth rate of the Virgin Islands between 2008 and 2019. And in that span of 11 years, you can see basically the US Virgin Islands had 5 years of negative growth and 6 years of positive growth. But the 6 years were very, very anemic positive growth, very small positive percentages, whereas in the bad years, the percentages were quite large, the largest being a minus 15% in 2012 when Hovensa closed. And each one of these negative episodes is related to an external shock. The 2009 was related to the great financial recession. 2011, 12, 13 is the Hovensa closing. And then you have the Irma and Maria hurricanes of 2017. And in 2020, the data is not available as yet, but we expect to have another negative growth episode. Volatile growth translates very easily into fiscal imbalances. When you have negative growth, you don't collect as much revenue as you expect, but you still have very high expenditures and you end up with more budget deficits. In the case of the US Virgin Islands, we as a territory have not had a budget surplus since 2006. When you have deficits, you have to finance them and you normally accumulate debt. The US Virgin Islands has accumulated quite a bit of debt and currently has about $1.7 billion of outstanding bond debt for the central government. Our debt per capita ratio is approaching 60% for FY20, and our debt per capita is a little over 16,000, second highest in American jurisdictions, only to Puerto Rico. One of the reasons of vulnerability, or another sign of vulnerability, is when you don't have the capacity to generate a lot of revenue. And in the case of the Virgin Islands, our revenue as share of GDP is low compared to internationally accepted benchmarks. Most countries, jurisdictions have revenue to GDP ratios in the mid 20% range, going up to 30. In the case of the US Virgin Islands, we're 18.5 and 20.5. Another sign of vulnerability is when you have these external shocks, people don't invest in a downturn, and or in the case of when you have a hurricane, it destroys physical assets and you have to replace them. And here's the case of the Virgin Islands. You can see quite clearly that the dark line, the black dark line, represents growth in rail fixed investments. And it's been negative for a long time, then stagnant, and then the only recent period of a big positive uptick was in 2018, and that's really an artifact. That's representing recovery from the Irma Maria hurricanes and a lot of federal assistance that came into the territory to help rebuild buildings, infrastructure, homes, repair, etc. So this is not a good picture. An ideal picture is where you have steady positive growth every year and you have a trend of sustained accumulation, that you're not replacing things, you're adding all the time. In our case, we have a hurricane, it destroys property, and then we have to repair and rebuild, and the cycle goes on frequently. So we can never get ahead. Another sign of vulnerability is basically our demographic profile, and it's not very good. In the far left graph, you can see here that our population has been stagnant and then, with negative growth since the mid 1990s. Our workforce has also been declining. So in 2008, we had roughly about 45,000 people in the workforce, and that's dropped down to 33,200 in 2018. And whereas our public sector is large but fairly stable, going between 12 and 10,000, the private sector has experienced a lot of contraction, going from 32,000 down to 22,000 over the same span of time. And in the right-hand side of the slide, we can see that we had high unemployment in the sense that we were doing very good until March of 2020 in the 4.7 point range. And then when the economy shut down with the pandemic mitigation measures, we jumped up to about 13% in June, and then saw some improvement down to 11.6% in July. And another aspect that really shapes whether you can be resilient to external shocks is how effective is your government. And the index of government effectiveness captures some 42 variables, and that look at perceptions of the quality of public services, the quality of the civil service, and degree of its independence from political pressure, the quality of policy formation, the credibility of government commitment to such policies, and the quality of implementation of government policies. And to simplify, you could lump all these 42 variables into three large categories: quality of bureaucracy, quality of infrastructure, i.e. roads, ports, etc., and your coverage of basic services in regards to education and health. The Virgin Islands doesn't participate in this particular index, but we can all see from anecdotal evidence that the U.S. Virgin Islands is lacking in this area and has a lot of room for improvement. And this negatively affects our ability to quickly recover from external shocks. If we were stronger, our recovery periods would be a lot shorter. Now, turning to the economic condition and the near-term outlook, we're in a fragile state due to the adverse impacts of the COVID pandemic. And so since March, we have seen a very sharp drop-off in tourist arrivals, and subsequently that's translated into reduced tourism expenditures, less hotel occupancy, double-digit employment that has most strongly affected the hospitality, leisure sector, food and beverage, transport, and retail gift shops associated with the tourist sector. With less economic activity, that implies less government revenue, and so government revenues are projected to have shortfalls in the range of 120 to 150 million in FY 2021. Also, the various mitigation activities, restrictions and business activities, gatherings, etc., has reduced labor productivity. We are seeing more small business closures, disrupted supply chains, increased delinquency in rent and mortgage and loan payments, and likelihood that poverty rates are increasing. And we're expecting a negative economic growth for 2020. And we're definitely looking at more increased dependency on the federal government for assistance. Now, lastly, I would like to turn to what are recommended actions in order to build economic resilience. And this can be divided into three big categories. First of all, you need good diagnosis. You need to identify your hazards, map them. You need to evaluate what are your blue resources, your marine resources, what are your land-based resources, and what is the inventory of your physical assets. Then the second category has to do with improving institutional capacity. And one of the most important is developing land use planning capacity, early warning systems, developing civic preparedness and coordination mechanisms so you can respond to natural disasters, such as pre-positioning materials, have a centralized emergency command, improving emergency contracting and procurement, grant administration and bill paying capacity, building contractor capacity to quickly, rebuild items that are damaged, and improving statistical and analytical monitoring, evaluation, planning capacity across the board. The last area is policy formulation. And the best remedy to reduce vulnerability, economic vulnerability, is to diversify the economy. Do not just depend on one sector. And I'll give you the example of the Seychelles. The Seychelles is a very tourist-dependent economy, but they have decided to close their tourist economy. Essentially, no cruise ship arrivals until the end of 2021, beginning of 2022, thus restricted to high-end villa rent tourists, subject to quarantines. And they are depending on the fisheries sector to get them over this very difficult time. In the case of the Virgin Islands, we don't really have an alternative to tourism. Our two main sectors is basically tourism and the government sector. The second main thing is you get your fiscal house in order and try to get some fiscal stabilization to avoid getting in this high debt trap, to generate growth and reduce your debt, be able to get balanced budgets. Then the rest of the activities really relate to the environment, reducing carbon emissions, carbon offsets, improving building codes, avoiding building in vulnerable areas, hardening critical infrastructure, restoring mangroves and corals, engaging in soil erosion control, minimizing runoffs and sedimentation, improving solid waste management, engaging in green accounting, measuring the environmental services that nature provides, and lastly, improving risk management tools and techniques, such as obtaining pre-approved lines of credit, catastrophic insurance, parametric insurance, so you can have ready financial resources to use in the aftermath of an external shock, and not having to just depend on the mercies of outsiders or depend on federal transfers. With that, I close and I thank you for your attention, and I'm willing to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wenner. We're going to have the Q&A at the end of the session. So right now, what I'll do is I am going to go to the next presenter, and that's going to be Dr. Waddell. Kim, are you ready to share your screen and go over your presentation? And I think it's a nice transition because Dr. Wenner really emphasized in his recommendation the need for really understanding and mapping and valuing the terrestrial and the coastal resources that we have. And that's what Dr. Waddell or Kim is going to talk about in his presentation here today. So Kim. Kim, we cannot hear you. I don't know if you are speaking, but we cannot hear you.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, let me get back to. All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. You've heard my name about 4 times now. I'm Kim Waddell. As we mentioned in the very beginning, I'm one of the project co-leads for the hazard mitigation and resilience planning effort here in the Virgin Islands, and in partnership with our colleagues at BITEMA. So today, I'm going to provide sort of a brief characterization of the ecosystems of the Virgin Islands, but not in a sort of traditional sense of talking about our beaches or forests or coral reefs, et cetera, but more in the sense of how these natural resources provide for the citizens of the U.S. Virgin Islands and how our ecosystems are important as we think about hazard mitigation, resilience, and sustaining the quality of our way of life here in the territory. So earlier today, we heard about the different natural hazards that can challenge the Virgin Islands. And as you can see in this next slide, every one of these geophysical hazards identified here can vary in its impact depending on the condition or state of the environment where the hazard hits. So for example, storm surge damage can be significantly reduced if the surge hits a mangrove forest, for example, along the coast, before it then travels inland to homes and coastal development. Landslides, for example, are less likely in forested hillsides where tree, bush, and grass roots all hold the soil together, even under extreme conditions of heavy water content from heavy storm rainfall. Or for example, drought impacts that can be greatly reduced on farms and in open areas where farmers or managers engage in soil conservation practices that actually protect also against soil erosion. So it's in this way our natural resources can represent a form of physical resilience against natural disasters. So therefore, changes in the condition of our territory's natural resources can be a leading indicator of how vulnerable the territory is for the next natural disaster. So a more common perception of our natural resources, and Dr. Weiner touched upon this, is that, you know, they have important economic and cultural assets here in the territory, both providing a quality of life for its residents, as well as the attractiveness of our location, our climate, and so forth to our tourist visitors. So the question of whether they are safeguarded and well managed, or alternatively compromised or overexploited, our natural resources can and should warrant careful consideration in any hazard mitigation or resilience framework. So something that can be protected for its own sake, or something that in turn, if properly managed, can provide important services and vitality here to the territory. So ecosystems provide people many benefits in small and large ways. I think the simplest example is a tree providing shade over a house that allows the inhabitants to keep them cool throughout the day. We also have well-documented, well-studied ecosystem services such as our local fisheries. Our forested watersheds, for example, slow the flow of rainwater down the steep hillsides and filter out a lot of the sediments. As you saw from Brian's earlier presentation today, when they don't have that filtering effect, you get a lot of sediment, a lot of mud that comes along with all the debris down the hillsides when they travel down the roads and impervious surfaces. I'm a biologist by training, and so one of the things I learned when I took ecology, which was actually at the College of the Virgin Islands, which unfortunately probably dates me several decades ago, was that size does matter with ecosystems. Their consistent ability to function and provide those services is correlated to their size. For example, a large mangrove forest can mitigate storm surge better than, say, a patchwork of small clusters of mangrove trees. Or, for example, a large coral reef can support more species as well as more individuals of different species, for example, with our local commercially important fish. So islands, especially small ones like ours here in the territory, have a finite number of species. They have a finite number of areas or acreage of forests, farms, or in the case of coral reefs offshore. We also have a finite number of places where we can build homes, businesses, and things like schools, police stations, and shopping centers. On small islands, people are eventually forced to make trade-offs between the economic and social benefits of the built environment and the benefits we get from nature. So how we use and manage the land says a lot about the choices we've already made as a community and as a territory. So in an era of increasing impacts from climate change, from increased use of our natural resources, these trade-offs are making are triggering a larger and larger role in determining the quality of our lives and our ability to prepare for, get through, and recover from natural disasters. So,
hey, Kim?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Are you sharing the correct slide? You're still stuck on slide number 2.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
So that's slide number 1.
Right. I was here. Yeah, I was staying. I was here.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. You threw me off a
Sorry
little
about
bit. Where was I? So basically asking this question about how is the Virgin Islands doing? And so the next 3 slides, and you've seen them already, and this is slide 3 here is the land cover change in St. John. And Brian showed this slide earlier this morning, but one of the things that I don't think he mentioned, but I think many of us that live here know that 60% of St. John is national park. So it's undeveloped. So you actually see the fact that a lot of the development has been restricted to primarily the west end where Cruz Bay is, and then towards the east in Coral Bay and a little smattering around the rest of the island. But it's highly concentrated. And the color scheme, basically the red is high density development, pink is low density development. And so you can see the contrast in St. John. When we go to the next, St. Croix. Now, St. Croix has a totally different history. It's a much larger island, and its dominant land use was always towards agriculture. And that's captured in some green, but a lot of the yellow is rangeland or farmland across the territory. And in the time between 1985 and 2018, you can see that considerable development has happened across a lot of that agricultural land. And it's, it consequently impacts things like food security, our ability to, if we wanted to increase agricultural production, where St. Croix would be probably the leader in that effort, we actually have a lot of conflicts and trade-offs that have already taken place. So when we go to St. Thomas has always been the commercial and political center of the Virgin Islands, and it also has some of the highest densities of development, both in population density, but also building development. And again, you saw these earlier, and frankly, the island is almost unrecognizable for someone like myself who came here in 1976. The only part of the island is sort of that western third of the island that's remains relatively undeveloped. So what is particularly interesting or remarkable about these maps is that the population hasn't grown noticeably over the last 40 years. When I started here in 76, the population of the territory was 96,000 people. And so that's very close to where we are today. So what actually has happened? So here we see the consequences of land cover changes. And so the red line basically captures the change in acreage of the built environment. And the green line shows the decrease in acreage of, forest and agricultural lands. And then the black line, dashed line, is actually the population. It looks like it jumps around a lot, but actually the scale only goes from about 109,000 to about a little under 100,000. So it's actually a little deceptive. But the fact is, and Brian talked about this morning, despite we have a smaller tax base, as Dr. Wenner pointed out, and we have yet all this massive investment in roads, 68% across the territory and over 150% St. Thomas. The number of buildings across the territory have doubled. And then the amount of critical infrastructure, everything from power lines to sewer lines and pipes and what have you, has increased by over 90%. Meanwhile, our natural systems have degraded tremendously. And a lot of it, if you look back at those maps, a lot of it is because of fragmentation. I mean, we've just dissected and cut up these large swaths of land and really jeopardized the function and the function of these ecosystems to do what they normally provide in ecosystem services. So what we're doing is now thinking ahead. We are just now tackling this question about how to assess the natural resources. And so our colleagues from Texas A&M and Corpus Christi and the UVI team are going to basically ask 5 questions to look at the state of our natural resources. And so one of the things we want to do is quantify and qualify these benefits that we get from nature, especially as they pertain to hazard mitigation and resilience. And we want to look across the territory. We also want to characterize how the changes in land cover has impacted the provision of these services, these benefits. And then look at areas where there's potential for local targeted management, including development, with the aim of sustainable use of the natural resources like our fisheries, but in a economic building context. We also want to explore the trade-offs. I mentioned that earlier. We're faced with more and more dire trade-offs between our ecosystem service provision and our land use changes. And so we really have to think about, are there development and management options within the framework of a resilient and sustainable future where we can manage this growth in such a way and take care of the remaining open land or green space in an effective way that provides a future for our, the next generations. We also want to provide a profile of our natural resources across the territory, sort of like a state of, whether it's the amount of acreage of forests, or amount of acreage, or the amount of coral reefs that are intact, et cetera, et cetera. But we want to identify some key metrics that will allow us in future hazard mitigation plans or other studies down the road that they can come back and look at what did they say in 2020 or 2025, and how is it compared to today? And that's one of the ways we can look at how resilient our ecosystem health and its function are. And then finally, we want to identify factors that contribute to the delivery and resilience of ecosystem services and what those factors are, and make sure that if they're absent, that really identifies real vulnerabilities for those services in the territory. So let me stop there. Probably went over a little bit, but happy to take questions along with Dr. Brenner at the end of the session.
Okay, thank you, Kim. Thank you so much. So before we move on into our next talks about communities, I'm going to ask, I'm going to do a little poll question here. So let's see, go. All right, so you should now be able to see a poll in front of you. And following on the discussion that Kim just presented, really asking you, think about your life in the Virgin Islands and which type of benefits from the ecosystem do you value most? You can only pick 3. Food is the winner so far. Water. I wish I could share some of this with you, but I don't know how.
We're seeing it.
Okay, good.
Well, I am. I can't speak for others.
So we got 37% people responded. Keep voting. So you can pick 3. Okay, so I'm going to stop the poll very soon. Some more answers are coming in. Almost 65% participation. Awesome. All right, 10 more seconds. I don't know if I can share the polling. I don't see how I can share the polling result.
Once you end the poll, you should see a button on the bottom left saying share results.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to stop sharing. Here we go. Wow, very good. Water. Water is the most important resource that we are using here. I guess we have a lot of cisterns. Can you see the screen, everybody? Oh, you're not seeing. Okay, let's see. Share results. Sorry. Here we go. All right, so you should see it now. Can I have a thumb up or a thumb down if you guys can see it? Antoinette, give me a thumb up if you can see it. All right, Dave can see it.
I see it.
All right, farm food. That's great. So many people, 51%. We keep talking about how much we depend, or we don't have enough farm food here in the VI, but a lot of us depend on farm food and enjoy the benefits. Climate regulation, I'm glad to see that. Energy, there's no right or wrong answer. It's all good answer. I find that, so thank you so much for participating and doing this exercise with us. I'm gonna ask you a second question. So we're gonna go back very quickly to, and that's a way to get, it's a way to start getting maybe a little warm up before the presentation by our colleague talking about communities. So let me go back to the Zoom. I'm gonna stop sharing and I'm gonna share my screen. There we go. All right, so now what I want you guys to do is to go to menti.com, MENTIY, sorry, and enter the code 4390685. And try to answer in 1 word, 2 word max, what is a good measure for how our communities are doing? So menti.com, 4390685. The number is in your chat. You can copy paste it. All right, answers are coming in. Playground, yes. Jobs, school, education. Balanced books, that must be economy. Putting out fires, that's an interesting one. Is it resilience or is it not resilience? Economy, health, good. We're gonna talk about health this afternoon. We're gonna talk about education. You heard about economy. Well-being, that's a very nice word. That can mean a lot of things. Active community center. Health of the ecosystem. I like this. So far, jobs, education, health, crime is also now trending. But health and education and economy, those are topics that we're actually spending some time on, especially the health piece. And so you're gonna hear more about this afternoon. So I'm gonna stop this. Hopefully we get a sense, and that was fun. And we're gonna move into our next talk. So the next talk are about communities. We're gonna first hear from a team of anthropologists from University of South Florida and University of Illinois in Carbondale, who are working with us, trying to understand the different communities in the VI and what makes them resilient. And then Ms. Galbi is gonna talk about, from her perspective, working from legal services, you know, what are the challenges of vulnerable communities here in the VI? So I'm gonna start sharing my screen. And first, oops, sorry. There we go. So I'm gonna share my screen. Bear with me.
Hello, I'm Dr. Antoinette Jackson here at the University of South Florida, and I want to thank you for listening to us and joining us today and hearing the results of some of the work we've been doing in the area of hazard mitigation planning. I'm going to share my screen with you and then go over a few things that my co-PI and I have been doing with respect to helping to facilitate conversations around hazard mitigation from the community level upward. So if you can see from my screen, we were chartered, my co-PI, Dr. Roberto Barrios and I were chartered with developing a report called the Development of a Comprehensive Community Profile for the U.S. Virgin Islands. We produced an interim report, and as you can see from the title, a comprehensive community profile is a big task. And we understand that this is a snapshot of the community, and we are still working on including as many communities and many conversations as we can in this report. Thus, it's an interim report, and part of this conversation is to share where we are and also invite continued participation with us in making this profile as comprehensive as we can in a short amount of time. We spent 2 research cycles really in terms of our participation on island. We were here on the U.S. Virgin Islands in January for about a couple weeks and in March. And then we have had subsequent interviews with people over the telephone. And this is our first kind of rollout of the report and the things we've gathered so far. And we were chartered with working with University of the Virgin Islands and VITAMA and FEMA to help them in their hazard mitigation planning, to include subject knowledge expertise from the community level. And this is what we've been doing. We want to understand how can we better know the communities on the islands and what they are already doing in respect to hazard mitigation response, and what can we do, or what can folk chartered with planning do to better incorporate the knowledge from the ground, from the community level upward into these kinds of planning processes to make them more effective. So my colleague will be going over what we've learned so far from the community. And then again, I'm inviting you to consider this a dialogue and to please feel free to share with us any additional information or reach out and let us know that you would like to participate in this study and help us to make this as comprehensive as possible. Our plan beyond this is to spend a couple of more, have a couple more meetings in which we are able to better dialogue directly with people who want to spend a little bit more time going through the report with us and you know, giving us more concrete feedback. So we will have additional sessions, but feel free to reach out to me or my colleague or to folks at the USVI, University of Virgin Islands, to share whatever input you have. Again, thank you for having us participate in this conversation yet again. This is our 3rd year on this project, or at least in dialogue on issues of hazard mitigation in the territories. And we appreciate the support we've been given, and we look forward to continuing our work. We really feel this is a very important part of the process, and thank you for all your efforts, all the folk out in the community, communities that we've spoken to, and people that we've spoken to, for all their interest and support and knowledge that they share with us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So now we're gonna hear from Dr. Barrios, who's gonna provide more information about the study that was conducted. So hang on one second, I'm gonna share my screen. And here we go.
Hello, everyone. I am Roberto Barrios. I am from Southern Illinois University, Carbondale. I am a professor in the Department of Anthropology. And I will be talking today about our presentation concerning how our communities are doing. So let me share my screen here really quickly with you. Very well. So, as you know by now, I have worked with Dr. Antoinette Jackson from the University of South Florida in this project, looking at the various communities that compose the social landscape of the U.S. Virgin Islands, as well as the task of devising a definition of the concept of disaster resilience for the territory. Since the title of this particular presentation is How Our Communities Are Doing, I think it's important to share with you the definition of community that Dr. Jackson and I have agreed upon for this project. And for the purposes of this project, we are defining community as a group of people who are bound together by a shared identity in a sense of solidarity, mutual obligation and a duty to reciprocate. It's also important to note that communities are complex. We should not idealize or romanticize communities. They are human groups who are often structured along lines of gender, race, class, ethnicity, disability, status, and sexual preference. And these distinctions, although painful and difficult to discuss, must be addressed in order to boost solidarity among all members. So there's this particular tension within communities. Communities certainly involve people having a shared sense of future and a need to work together, but there are also certain lines of difference that can sometimes become lines of inequity. So there's this pull factor of solidarity and reciprocity, identity and mutual obligation, and sometimes this push away factor of these different lines and means of social differentiation. And that is not necessarily a bad thing. It's part of what communities are, but it also means that we must recognize those differences and we must work to reduce the ways in which they can potentially tear communities apart or push communities apart and bring those communities back together. Also, something that we have found over the course of our work is that when speaking about community in the US Virgin Islands, that we need to recognize various levels of community. And here we have the various levels of community that we're going to talk about in terms of how is it that the US Virgin Islands are doing. We must first recognize the national level. Now, I know that there's a lot of talk about autonomy within the territory and independence, but for whether some people like it or not, the US Virgin Islands are part of a broader national community that involves the US federal government, its federal agencies, major philanthropic organizations from the US mainland, the USVI territory, its own territorial government, its own territorially based nonprofits, and the very people of the USVI. Then we have another level of community, which is the territorial level. The territory itself is a community. First, you have a national community that relates the US Virgin Islands to the US mainland, but then you have a territorial level community, which involves relationships between the territorial government, politicians, the territorial nonprofit sector, and the very people of the USVI. Then there's another level of community, which is the level of community at an island level. The islands as geographic forms also play a role in shaping how people relate to one another in the territory. And at the island level, we understand that there are relationships among culturally and economically diverse residents of each island and how they relate to their local government, to their local philanthropic organizations and nonprofits. And finally, we have what we call local community level communities, which are ethnically and culturally defined communities. For example, we have people who self-identify as French within the island of St. Thomas. We have people who self-identify as Black West Indians across the territory. We have people who self-identify as ancestral Virgin Islands, who are descendants of African diaspora populations. So there are these ethnically and culturally defined communities in each one, in particular at these local levels. And we also have what we identified as socially, politically, and economically defined communities or social networks. We found that in islands like St. John, certainly who knows who and the relationships that people have that sometimes can cut across different cultural groups, different ethnic groups, different linguistic groups are also an important part of the social landscape of the US Virgin Islands and therefore part of the communities that we need to recognize and how those communities are doing. So we wanted to address this whole issue of how are these communities doing each in and of themselves. So in terms of the national community and the relationships that USVI has towards the US mainland, one of the things to recognize first is that the USVI provides tremendous economic and strategic benefits to the US national community. The fact that the US mainland benefits tremendously from its relationship to the US Virgin Islands. You know, there's a reason why the territory was purchased by the United States and why it continues to be included. And there is an incredibly important need that the US mainland must reciprocate all the great things that it gains from the US Virgin Islands in terms of the tourism that is developed, the refineries that are being placed, the tax shelters that are provided for certain companies. There is a need to reciprocate because, again, remember that communities are defined by reciprocity, by giving and taking, and certainly by giving back. And communities where one member of a community takes more than they give back are communities that often tear themselves apart. So it's really important that there be a balance in terms of what the US mainland gets from the territory and what it gives back. And in terms of education, there's a lot that we feel the US mainland still needs to give back. There is a dire need for the federal government to provide funding for education, particularly for public education. And that, you can go into our report to see the tremendous role that education plays in long-term resilience in terms of building the local capacity of the population that is then critical for responding to disasters, and even for understanding how hazards work and how they affect communities and how to prepare for them and how to diminish them. Healthcare is also a key issue. There's also a tremendous need for the U.S. mainland to reciprocate towards the Virgin Islands. Healthcare resources are very limited, certainly in places like St. Croix, where the condition is highly vulnerable. And I think we're seeing now with the pandemic how properly funding and properly reciprocating. And again, this isn't charity that the U.S. mainland would give to the Virgin Islands. It's about a fair relationship of reciprocity between the Virgin Islands and the mainland. Infrastructure, I think there are other people who are better qualified. There are other engineers working on this project who are better qualified, but certainly the people who spoke to, some of our interlocutors, certainly the power grid needs significant investments in terms of the development of the infrastructure that are not there. Some of our interlocutors reported a need to put power lines underground to prevent them from being knocked down every storm. So that's certainly something that would need federal investment. Also, in terms of the actual aid, so in emergency aid, something we notice is that housing assistance with housing reconstruction and housing recovery and housing repair has not really been up to par, especially in the ways our interlocutors experience housing aid programs in previous disasters. So in St. Croix, there's certainly a lot of houses that still need repair. And we feel that FEMA needs to work better with the territorial government in order to expedite those processes. And there are really no excuses for the delay that has taken place. There's also a significant housing shortage that is linked to a collection of things, especially in St. Croix. With the construction of the refinery, a lot of housing has been taken up. Certainly also FEMA workers who came to work after the disaster took up a lot of housing, and that has actually pushed a lot of people who are very vulnerable of the territory and of the island of St. Croix out of housing, and that needs to be addressed. In terms of philanthropy, I think major donors also need to reassess and transform their funding priorities and funding mentality. One of the things that we talked about is how that our interlocutors responded is that in the philanthropic world, philanthropists have their own priorities and come and go, but we need to work on changing their mindset, that they can't have this hit and run and follow the flavor of the month. We need to develop a mentality of national philanthropy that understands the long-term needs of communities. Speaking about the territorial level, how the territorial community is doing, here we have some good news. The nonprofits that are based in the territory play a critical role and do an excellent job in providing needed services. And the nonprofit sector is vital for the community, the territorial community, to do well. What is needed? There is some work that needs to be done. Nonprofits, we documented, are not properly included in pre-emergency planning and communications by territorial government. This is key to developing the resilience of the territory. We need a greater integration also of Afro-descended ancestral Virgin Islanders in the boards and committees of philanthropy, especially in St. John. Certainly in St. Croix, a lot has been done to include Afro-descended ancestral Virgin Islanders in philanthropy, but that doesn't mean that the job is done. This job is never done. Inclusion and diversity are ongoing, forever ongoing tasks that we must constantly work at. And finally, in terms of territorial philanthropy, local donors must focus their donations on inequity reduction and work closely with local leaders from historically marginalized and underrepresented communities. We need to listen to the local leaders, especially if we want to give donations that will actually help the community. Then talking about how the individual island communities are doing. Again, we already mentioned this, but I think it's incredibly important for there to be greater inclusion of Afro-descendant ancestral Virgin Islanders in nonprofit leadership. This is a problem that has already been identified previously. A lot of discussions have been had about, sometimes it's called lack of capacity among the local population. Well, established nonprofits, established philanthropic organizations need to take responsibility for the mentorship, preparation, and inclusion of local leaders. That should be their responsibility. If some people say that it's a problem that there isn't enough local capacity, well, then it is the task and the obligation, I think, of philanthropic organizations on the ground to help create that capacity. And that also links also to boosting and better supporting public education and other resources that also increase capacity within the territorial community. We also need greater solidarity across lines of ethnicity, race, and class. We need greater inclusion of Black, West Indian, and ancestral Virgin Islanders in the tourism and hospitality sector, especially in their employment and inclusion within the economic benefits. This is particularly the case for St. Croix. And this is a matter not just of economics, of hiring people to work in this industry, but also in terms of representation, of making sure that the true diversity and the true face of the Virgin Islands is visible, actually, in the commercials and the materials that promote the territory for tourism. There is a need for greater inclusion also of Dominican and Haitian immigrant communities. These are two communities that are highly socially marginalized, we could say. We need more translations and translation services, more translators and translation services in all the government services like police departments and healthcare departments. And we also need people from these communities to be part of local police departments and local governments to better assist those populations, which our interlocutors report is not the case in the present. Finally, speaking of our local communities, certainly the Virgin Islanders themselves need to be commended. People of the Virgin Islands are highly resilient people. We have documented great mechanisms of mutual aid. Also, there's great familiarity amongst people that help them help each other out and also, create certain kind of shared core social values. Household construction techniques like the building of cisterns and things like that. And some cultural groups do have very good histories of building structures that are highly resilient. And of course, ancestral Afro-descended Virgin Islanders have a long history of living in the territory and of self-sufficiency. The French community of St. Thomas is also renowned for its own resiliency and self-motivated and self-care. And we must also recognize that Haitian and Dominican communities, as marginalized as they are, do count with certain cultural qualities like the concept of resistencia that Dominican people have, and of courage and brave of Haitians that help them get through tremendous adversity. So finally, I want to remind us that the U.S. Virgin Islands feature many of the key elements of resilience, but even these islands are not an island unto themselves. So we need to recognize that the U.S. Virgin Islands, whether people like it or not, what some people are for it, some people question it, are part of a broader community, national community of the United States, and there is a need for greater reinvestment and for greater reciprocity between the U.S. mainland and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. So now we're gonna have the last speaker, Ms. Shelby Gaddy. So I will share the screen, and Ms. Gaddy, if you can unmute yourself. Everybody else, can you turn off your video so that different people can see Ms. Gaddy when she speaks? And Ms. Gaddy, please just let me know when I need to change my slide.
All right.
I'm gonna stop my video and start sharing the screen with your presentation. Just hold on 1 second. All right. Here we go. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. The first thing I need to say to you is that I am not a scientist, I'm a lawyer. And as an attorney at Legal Services, the Virgin Islands community that we serve are those that I would call the most vulnerable among us. So while I'm not a scientist, the information that we use probably comes more from a grassroots point of view, in that we do an annual needs assessment to kind of figure out what's going on in our community, what are the needs, who are the most vulnerable, and what makes them vulnerable. So I want to share just a little bit of that with you this afternoon so that you can have a better idea about how we determine what types of mitigation services or mitigation needs are required to assist those that we have as clients. So let's start with the first slide. And I started this process, the first slide, Greg. I didn't tell you a whole lot about who I am other than I'm at Legal Services, because the rest of it you can read. So I started out preparing for this presentation by asking the question, who are the most vulnerable? Those are the people that we serve here at Legal Services, and that we provide services for it in the broader community beyond what they need as their legal needs. So we started off by looking at, in our needs assessment, we found that the single female head of households with children represent 48% of our households in the Virgin Islands. Those are the most vulnerable. And I say they're the most vulnerable because families who are dependent upon government services for their basic life necessities is, say, 65,000 people across a community of about 100,000. That's more than 50% of our community is vulnerable. And of those, 56,000 of those 65,000 are those who are families with children. So 86% of those receiving government services for their basic life necessities are those that are families with children. The elderly and disabled were identified as another vulnerable group amongst those that we looked at and that we serve. With the aging population having the median age in our community of about 43.5%, it seems to me that 39% of those who are in that aging community that are over the age of 50, that's a fair number of people who are considered, I would say, because I'm one of them, I'll say more seasoned people or elderly. But then when you look at those who are in our community that are disabled, we're talking about 10% of the people in our community say that they have a disability or they have been diagnosed with a disability. And of those, 50% of them are between the ages of 18 and 64. I mean, that says a lot about our community and that we are an aging community, but we're an aging community, aging with disabilities. The homeless population in our community is a vulnerable part of our community, vulnerable members of our community. Because it's very difficult to study how many people in our community are homeless, no matter what you look at, you find some studies say that 350 people have been determined to be homeless, and then other studies say that up to 500 people in our community are considered homeless. Part of the situation there comes from people not being willing to participate in surveys. The mentally, and I say mentally delayed or disabled, I'm talking about those persons who are receiving services and considered mentally ill in some way or another. There's between 300 to 400 people receiving services as persons considered having mental illness. This population that I want to talk about in our community, persons with limited English proficiency, these are the persons with language barriers. The presenters before me talked about those persons who are in communities that are French communities, but there is a huge, and then they talked about the Dominican Republic, the persons from the Dominican Republic. We have two large segments that we identified when we did our needs analysis and our needs assessment, and that had to do with, in St. Thomas, we did find a huge population that speaks what was identified as Haitian Creole or French Creole. And then in St. Croix, we found a larger population of those who are Spanish speaking only or very limited English speaking. And then there's another group of people who are not necessarily quantified, but we know they exist because we see them and we see them regularly, are those persons who speak with some other Caribbean island version of, I'll call it patois, because it's English mixed with a little bit of their local language. Next screen. So I've identified who we call the most vulnerable. And really there's one thing, one common denominator that makes them vulnerable, and it is their inability to readily access the basic life necessities to afford them dignity and quality of life and care when they're acquiring goods and services for their mental and physical comfort. What that simply means is that the people who I'm speaking of are those who cannot access goods and services for their basic life necessities without some extreme difficulty or sacrifice to their dignity in trying to attain them. And those are the most vulnerable people in our community. That's what makes them vulnerable. They don't have access. So what are the challenges when I say they don't have access? Next slide. And next slide. we go through a process that requires us to look at what challenges do they have. And this, when I say we are grassroots, we go and talk to the people in the community, and then in surveys, and we find out exactly what are their needs. We don't ask them what their legal needs are, we ask them what are their needs. And so the combination of those things that are done by those of you who are scientists, as well as what we get from the direct surveys of those persons that we consider vulnerable in the community, in our community, these were some of the results. When they said their challenges were food, their options for food are limited to packaged foods or lacking high nutritional value foods. And a lot of that is because it's due to costs or their knowledge about the health dangers and the consumption about certain foods. So their access to fresh, affordable, and highly nutritional food is a challenge they have. Housing is the next area that presents a challenge. You already heard there is limited housing here in St. Croix. Well, the acquisition, we consider the challenge is the acquisition, preservation, or access to housing for their homestead and shelter, both in public housing, subsidized housing, and private housing. The lack of these things, or the challenge that is presented to them, is sometimes in the defense of foreclosures and evictions, and then the ameliorating dangerous environmental conditions. What happens is that there are limited options for housing. There's limited options if you have housing, limited options for it to be safe and habitable housing. And then trying to preserve the same seems to be seemingly inaccessible to persons who are vulnerable. They don't know how to maintain their housing if in fact there is a problem that comes up. And oftentimes that's how they're led to our doors. Health. What makes them vulnerable is that there's not adequate provision of health care, including mental health services, and the assurance of comprehensive, accessible, high quality care when they're in publicly funded health insurance programs. It's one thing when you can't qualify for the health insurance or the publicly funded health insurance because you don't know, or you don't know how to qualify or where to go, but then the options for your care are very limited. I think one of the speakers before me indicated that that the healthcare in St. Croix is in a precarious position. But those who are vulnerable, when they can't get services here, they don't have access to going out of the territory. Safety. Safety to us means a lot of things. Access to safety and protective services, oftentimes related to domestic abuse, human trafficking, child abuse, and then their immigration status. I think the speaker before me talked about persons who aren't able to access the protective services from public safety, from the police department. But in addition to which, we find that the vulnerable populations are more likely to experience some type of abuse, some type of domestic abuse, or some type of human abuse, whether it's being placed in trafficking situations, children who become vulnerable that are abused, or persons who are vulnerable because of their immigration status and they can't access the services necessary. Then family. Family is another area that we consider very important because we found that the preservation, support, custody, welfare, and safety of families and individual family members, the lack of access for affordable childcare services will also continue to make them vulnerable. To provide care for their family members who are incapacitated. Legally, we call them incompetent. It doesn't mean that they're not smart. It just simply means that they're unable to make reasonable decisions or reasoned decisions on their own. And being able to get the type of support, the care and preserving their dignity again and the care that they need, that becomes a big issue. When we're talking about disasters or hazards that occur in our community, these are the persons in our community that are, if they're not already vulnerable, they're even more vulnerable. You heard the economists talk about the economic opportunity and security situation. Maintaining economic stability with your basic income for necessities, along with some of the impediments being removed, is a situation that affects those in our community who are the most vulnerable. Their accessibility to jobs or the skills to obtain the employment is what I'm speaking of. With respect to education, again, one of the prior presenters talked about the education system. The provision of adequate education, support, financial aid and services, and or vocational training is lacking for those who are vulnerable. It's not just the facilities and the services, but that are not available. But if they were available, most of them cannot access them. If you know anything about the statistics in the Virgin Islands, there are 26% of the people who are over the age of 25 who do not have high school diplomas or GEDs. So now we're talking about what educational services are necessary in order for them to continue to be viable members of the community. Again, they are the most vulnerable amongst us. Transportation is an issue. I believe the economist talked about transportation, and I believe Dr. Waddell also talked about transportation. The lack of public transportation to access services, because persons who are vulnerable oftentimes do not have personal automobiles, or they're not available to them, or they can't afford them. And then finally, the last item that creates a challenge for persons who are most vulnerable in our community is information, access to information about the resources that may be available to assist them, access to information, access to the sophisticated media to allow them to get to the information. We know here in the Virgin Islands, we all talk about the digital divide due to lack of knowledge and use of sophisticated media. There's also the limited high-speed internet capacities that we don't have. So the vulnerable in our community are more likely to have even greater vulnerability in the aftermath of a disaster or a hazard. So you heard what we need. How are we progressing? Well, over the past 10 years, and I've been here since 2006, but over the past 10 years, I can say that we seem to have moved forward in some areas, but then we get set back in another. It seems that as we progress or attempt to progress out of one disaster or hazard or seemingly bad event, that something else comes along. The economist talked about the closure of Hovensa and how we were moving along, and then the 2017 hurricanes hit. And then as Lime Tree was beginning to open, then we had the pandemic. As I have been told by some of the people we surveyed, there were those big solar panel farms that were coming into play, trying to create a new source of energy here in the Virgin Islands that would have helped some of those persons who are economically distressed. And then the 2017 hurricanes ruined a lot of them. And it seems that every time we begin to progress again, then we have yet another trauma or another hazard or another disaster. If you know anything about what was happening with our hospitals, we were looking for options of how to rebuild them after the hurricanes of 2017, and then the 2020 pandemic came along. So I think the concern for the vulnerable in our community is that the solutions that we've come up with to address situations after a hazard or after a disaster are solutions that have not been adaptable to the next hazard or next disaster. Our solutions, for instance, for addressing our school destruction after the hurricanes did not anticipate the impact to education that would be caused by the circumstances of the 2020 pandemic. So that as we rebuild, we have to rebuild with some thought about the potential for future hazards, or simply rebuild based upon the new delivery system models that in other places were not so effective. So our overall improvement has been minimal over the past 10 years. Our solutions have not been adaptable to the next hazard or disaster. And I would say that as we go forward, we need to prepare our mitigation, our hazard and disaster mitigation in a way so that as we implement enhanced systems and processes, they must be done in anticipation of future hazards or disasters, given those things that we've been talking about today, the social factors, the economic factors, and the environmental factors that affect our circumstances. We have to learn how to complete projects in the Virgin Islands that are critical to our success in traversing future disasters or hazards. I don't know if you know, but there's that project called the Street Addressing Initiative. That is one big project that would help to mitigate some of the hazard for vulnerable people, because because if we knew where people lived and we knew the addresses and how to get there, then we could get services to them in times of emergency. If we build our energy system in such a way, then we don't have to worry about people being without power for such a long time. So I just simply say to you, there's the vulnerable among us that we need to consider as we begin to develop systems and processes for mitigating these hazards and disasters. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was very, very informative. Thank you to all the speakers. We were running a little bit late. We were supposed to have had a break from now. But let's take some minutes for question and answers to our speakers. So I would ask Antoinette, if you don't mind turning on your camera, Dr. Wenner, Dr. Waddell, Dr. Jackson, all the speakers, if you don't mind turning on their camera, just so that we can do a little bit of a Q&A. Antoinette, she's still there. So thank you so much. Any questions and answers? We heard a lot about the economy. We heard a lot about our environment and how we need ecosystems to have good environment, a good economy, and how our communities are very fragile because of a fragile economy, but also fragile environment. Are there any questions? One question is, what is green economics? I think that's for you, Dr. Wenner or Mark. What is green economics? You mentioned that.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, thanks for the question. Green economics really means that you need to value the environmental services that nature provides. In standard neoclassical economics, we basically, if you just look, for example, at how gross domestic product is calculated, the definition of it is basically the sum of all the value of final goods and services produced and sold in a given year. But many of the environmental services don't have any market value for it. So for example, dumping trash along the side of the road, there's no consequences to that. It doesn't show up in economic statistics. The cost of pollution doesn't show up in economic statistics. The degradation of a coral reef doesn't show up in economic assistance. So basically what green economics is, or green environmental accounting is, would be to take stock and place a value, try to evaluate by various methods, travel cost methods or hedonistic methods, what is the value of a coral reef, and reflect that into your national accounts. Make that part of how you calculate your standard of well-being in that regard. So too much of the focus of classical economics, neoclassical economics, is just basically on production and growth, but it does not take into account any of the consequences of that growth on the environment.
Thank you. Another question is, another question was, what type of social vulnerability sort of variable measures would be most useful for decision-making policymakers?
Who's it directed to?
Social vulnerability. It's directed to the panelists.
Okay.
Thinking about social vulnerability, what type of, what information on social vulnerability would be most useful?
Yeah, well,
any ideas?
Yeah, from economist point of view, vulnerability has many dimensions, obviously, physical, social, economic. In terms of social vulnerability, what would come to my mind and what economists sometimes do focus on is basically how close are people to the edge? So you think first of all, and say maybe nutrition, how far are they away, or how close they are the way to the minimum caloric requirements each day. In terms of health, morbidity statistics, how many people in your workforce has NCBs or have some sort of health issue that makes them less productive, that means they can produce less in the economy. I guess also social vulnerability would be exclusion from opportunities. So in economics, one of the big things when you talk about broadening the base and seeking more broad-based equitable economic growth, you have to look at things as access to education, access to health, access to credit. Credit is very important. You can't start a business unless you have capital. So how is it easy to, self-finance? How easy is it to raise equity money? How easy is it to raise debt money in order for you to start a business? Has a lot of implications. And many times those type of statistics are not well reported. And there are things that need to be measured and need to be monitored. In education, I can think one of the focus that economists and policymakers focus on is like the primary enrollment rate, how many students are enrolled in school, but there's very little statistics and very little focus on quality of education, achievement, narrowing of achievement gaps between different types of students over time, of really how much are the students really learning. Can they do something practical? How well are they translating this exposure to knowledge into some mastery of something? That's very missing in many regards. Another big area of vulnerability, I would think, is borderline getting into psychology, is the discouragement. How measuring, for example, if situation is so desperate, what an impact it has on the mental health of that person that forces them not to try to participate anymore, to kind of give up in that regard. So I'll stop at that, and maybe some of the other panelists that are much more expert in the social provision of services and philanthropy sort of time.
Thank you. That was very, very interesting. Roberto, Antoinette, Shelby, any other thoughts about social vulnerability?
Well, I thought that Mr. Werner did a great job. He was explaining a lot of things that came to my mind. So I don't think that I can add anything to that. I think he's hit on every area that I had considered. So.
Okay.
Yes, no, I agree. And I think also Ms. Gaddy presented us with a great also list of variables like education, housing, access to services. And I guess because we're dealing with a hazard mitigation plan, all the forms of vulnerability that our economist colleague pointed out are very important. But I think it would also be important to create a hazard vulnerability index that certainly has to be multidimensional, dimensional in terms of addressing issues of, yes, education, which is capacity, right? Education factors into, are you capable of navigating the bureaucracy of aid agencies, right? As Ms. Gaddy was mentioning, right? Which is critical. There is a serious class bias, especially to FEMA. It's been proven through lots of research by social scientists that the bureaucratic networks that had to be negotiated to be able to get the aid effectively discriminate against people who have not benefited from a quality education, right? So, but then you also get into infrastructural issues, right? Where is your housing? If it's about a hazard, it's not, the disaster is a whole process. It's not only are you living in a place of risk that adds to your vulnerability, that it's probably very well linked to economic issues in many instances, whether you can afford to buy a house in real estate that is not in a precarious situation, but also these other social and economic dimensions of, one of the key things that came up during our interviews was that resilience or vulnerability is highly also economically impacted in the Virgin Islands, right? You have ancestral Virgin Islanders or Black West Indian working class or working poor populations that, as Gaddy was saying, do not have the luxury of being able to leave the island during a pandemic or leave the island when a hurricane is coming, right? And also how that relates to the ability to access the aid in the aftermath. So yes, it would have to be a multidimensional index that needs to be devised. Some exist, but I think they always need to be made particular to the situations of territories like the Virgin Islands that includes educational, economics, and social dimensions.
All right. Well, thank you so much. So in interest of time, we're gonna maybe skip the break. And what I'll do is just shift very quickly into the second part of our afternoon. So apologies, but please, if you need to take a break, please do so. But you will be missing also a really exciting series of talk. So just give me 1 second here. I'm just going to load the talk. So the first talk, the second talk is Trotman. So hold on. So the first talk is going to be done by Dan Alderson, Dave Alderson and Dan Eisenberg. They're going to be talking about some of their work on infrastructure. So we are switching a little bit from the social science to the engineering-ish sort of world. Then we will have Ms. Trotman talking about some of the work that they've done on, that UVI team has done on looking at the health sector, infrastructure, as well as availability of services. So this will be a nice complement to a lot of what we've talked about or heard about so far. Then our colleague from ESI worked for us looking at profiling various important sectors. A lot of the sectors that you heard today, they're going to be talking about them, the housing sector, the economic sector, the health sector, et cetera, et cetera. Then we're going to be talking about the government. And one thing that Roberto was talking about is, but also Mark was talking about in his talk was, is the government really able to address the needs of the territory or the community? So we're going to be talking about that later this afternoon. And then the last talk will be by CFVI, talking about the role and the importance of nonprofits. So again, you've talked, you heard a lot about how important it is for nonprofit to be in the mix, what they have to do to really help us, their importance to really help the territory. So that will be the last talk of the afternoon. After this, we're going to take a little break and then come back for a breakout session. So just going to give me 1 second. Here we go. And I am going to start by sharing a presentation from our colleague at the Naval Postgraduate School. So I'm going to share my screen. Oops, wrong order of things. I'm going to share my screen. Oh.
Hello, my name is Dave Alderson. I am a professor in the Operations Research Department at the Naval Postgraduate School and also serve as the director of a research center there called the Center for Infrastructure Defense.
Hey, and I'm Dan Eisenberg, and I'm the deputy director for the Center for Infrastructure Defense. And the two of us work together with the folks at the University of Virgin Islands to support hazard mitigation and resilience in the USVI.
This is our third time presenting at the Hazard Mitigation and Resilience Workshop. We're very pleased to be back and tell you about some of the work that we've been doing. For those who haven't had the opportunity to meet us previously, we are from a small school in Monterey, California called the Naval Postgraduate School. You can kind of think of it as the graduate school version of the Naval Academy. Military officers are our students, and there at NPS, we run the Center for Infrastructure Defense, where we focus on interdependent infrastructure modeling and analysis, supporting decision-making about operations, recovery, and planning. One of the things that makes our school a little bit different is that we work very closely with military officers, our students. And over the last 3 years, we've had 8 different students who have helped us with various projects, aspects of this project and different studies of infrastructure systems. Down in the VI, you've had the opportunity, some of you have had the opportunity to meet some of these students, and we're quite thankful for their contributions. So all of the work that we're doing under the sponsorship of FEMA is available from our website, nps.edu/cid/USVI. If you go into projects, there's a project page for USVI recovery, and you can see both team members, project aspects, as well as results coming out of this. So we are working, of course, part of the broader FEMA team to support the regional recovery, restoration, and ultimately mitigation of critical infrastructure services and the territory writ large. We partner very closely with Greg and Kim at the University of the Virgin Islands, as well as working closely with local stakeholders at WAPA and the Department of Public Works, and have been working very closely with the Department of Energy and some of the national laboratories associated with that. So this is truly a joint partnership, and we're very appreciative of the support and opportunity to help out with this effort. You're going to hear from us both today and tomorrow. This is essentially a story in two parts. And using the theme, understanding today to plan for tomorrow, what we're going to focus on here today is sort of how we are doing. And this means that we're going to be focused on system function and vulnerability. So we're going to talk a lot about, for some of the studies we've studied here, some of the systems that we've studied here, how does it work and what can go wrong? And that means that we're going to be focusing on structure, function, and assumptions about our systems, as well as understanding how the failure of these systems affects our needs. Tomorrow, what we'll be talking about are risk and resilience, and what do we want out of these systems and what do we need to do to actually get us there. So with that in mind, let's jump into our material for today. So our view and our work on analysis of critical infrastructure focuses on what we call an operational view of these infrastructure systems. And the key thing there is to recognize that what really matters is not the individual assets, not the individual transformers or the generators or the pumps. What matters is the way in which these assets work together as systems to deliver some function. That function could be providing electricity or providing water or providing communications. Those functions ultimately enable some sort of capability that supports some kind of mission. Now, mission is a very Department of Defense oriented kind of word, but in the broadest sense, it means the things that you ultimately care about, the welfare and well-being of the territory. So our work is focused on modeling an analysis of the way in which these assets work together as systems. We build models to assess the capability of a system to deliver service under different scenarios. So how well does the system perform under normal operation, under a so-called blue sky day? And how well does the system perform when it's stressed, either by the loss of one or more assets, whether they be from regular day-to-day failures or from extreme events like hurricanes, or whether they come during periods of excess demand, maybe the result of other types of extreme weather. The topic of mission is a really, really important one, but it's driven by stakeholder values. That's what you all are involved in here as part of the HMRP. So as I kind of mentioned last year during our discussions, defining mission success is for you all, not for us as modelers. So what we're going to focus on this discussion is how these systems work, what it means for their vulnerability, and that will tee up conversations about what it is that we ultimately want. The process that we follow in doing our research is a fairly standard one, right? Starts with identifying key stakeholder questions. We spend a lot of time collecting and curating data on infrastructure systems here in the territory. In fact, we've developed and shared a data sharing platform on a GitLab that's now being used by more than 50 participants in the territory to share information about critical infrastructures. Also working very closely with the Lieutenant Governor's office to make sure that that data ultimately gets transitioned into other forms of public sharing. So if you think you have a need to use or help to develop data, there is a community of people who is actively doing this, and we're happy to get you connected. So having collected and curated data, we spend time developing models and tools, and then we apply those tools for analysis, ultimately communicating results back to the stakeholders, you all, and that's part of what we're doing here. So we're going to talk today about 4 different infrastructure systems that we spent some time on to give you a flavor of both how these systems work, as well as some of the analysis that we've done, and we'll be happy to take questions at the end. So the first of these has to do with electric power. The electric power system in the VI has received a tremendous amount of attention, certainly in the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria. There's been a lot of effort being invested in making this system much more robust, much more resilient. So we've had a few different looks at the electric power system in the territory. One of our students, Captain Dominic Villa, spent considerable time looking at the electric power system and in conjunction with the water system. And this is work that we've been doing with WAPA. So, the 4 questions that we outlined from the outset are ones that we'll revisit here. So how does it work? What can go wrong? What do we want? And what do we need to do? We'll focus here on the first two and just talk about a general electric power system. This is sort of the traditional model that one sees. So you've got a generation facility, a power plant, in this case operated by WAPA. And there is some sort of transmission or sub-transmission system that moves the electricity from the power plant to a distribution system that ultimately connects it to homes and businesses. Now, what can go wrong in this kind of system? Well, of course, we can have problems in the delivery. We can have power lines that go down. We can have transformers that fail. In this case, when end users are disconnected from the grid, what are the things that you can do? Well, you can invest in your own backup generator at home, and I know a number of people have done that. In other cases, you might find other sources of local power, such as residential solar. And those can help for periods of time. But there are other problems that can arise as well, either problems at the power facility itself or problems with the expense of that, right? When fuel becomes really, really expensive. And so the territory has also been investing in other sources of low-cost energy, renewables in the form of solar farms as well as wind farms. And those kinds of projects are ongoing. So all these components come together to develop fairly complicated systems. So what you're seeing here is the electric power grid on St. Croix. And I'm going to turn it over to Dan now to talk about some of the analysis we've done on that system.
Yeah, so thanks, Dave. One of the analyses that we were helping lead is trying to understand the vulnerability of the power grids, and not just in St. Croix, but also St. Thomas and St. John, given the wooden power poles that they used to have and how hardening might support them in terms of composite power poles and undergrounding. And what you're seeing here is one of the analyses that was completed last December and has been updated since, where we were looking essentially at how increased hurricane winds as well as potential flooding might affect wooden power poles. Because about a year ago, the vast majority of power poles, especially on St. Croix, were all wooden, and right now WAPA is working really hard to try and upgrade this infrastructure. What we found by doing our analysis based off of the flow of electricity and dispatching electricity to customers that might lose it when infrastructure fails, and trying to essentially subject the power grid in St. Croix to some fictitious but realistic hurricanes in our models. Category 2 hurricanes, you would see varying results across different feeders over the island of which communities might lose power, but everything that was the Category 3 hurricane or higher in our model led to essentially an island-wide blackout. So you might have a greater number of infrastructure failing when you have a Category 5 hurricane versus a Category 3, but you should essentially plan for an island-wide blackout if you have only wooden power poles. So with this model, we were able to then test some of the options in terms of mitigation. And on the next slide, we looked at how we could update and improve the power system to harden it to hurricane hazards and threats. And so what you're seeing here is now a superposition of the power grid and parts of it related to the vegetated areas on St. Croix that might lead to different kinds of tree strikes and different kinds of vulnerabilities, because burying a power line underground near the ocean is vulnerable to sea level rise, and putting a composite power pole in the middle of the forest is vulnerable to tree strikes, as we found out in Hurricane Dorian. And so our results for this showed that even with these potential vulnerabilities, composite power poles aren't perfect for all situations, because you can have potential hurricane failures due to tree strikes and other issues. And undergrounding feeder lines isn't necessarily perfect either, because you can have flooding and other kinds of problems. But if you combine these two solutions in a proper way, you actually get no load shed even for these Category 3 and higher storms. And so one thing that we've been doing since this assessment is looking at the actual plans that WAPA has being developed to see how that will affect the future robustness of the power system in St. Croix and across all 3 islands. And the goal here is to not just understand the potential benefits of these hardening, but identify, when bad things happen, like the next Category 5 storm comes, who we might anticipate what might lose power and how we might be able to plan and prepare for those events. And Dave, you are muted.
So the second of these four examples that we'll talk about involves supply chains, and in particular, some recent work that was completed by Robert Routley, focusing on supply chain access on St. Tom and St. John. And this is work that was done with UVI and the Department of Public Works. So again, revisiting our four questions, we'll talk a little bit about how this system works, right? So this should be familiar to many folks. When supplies arrive to ports, they are offloaded onto trucks. Those trucks travel over surface roads to local stores where they are unloaded. And then those trucks then return back to the port and kind of continue deliveries in this way. And that's one part of the supply chain. The other supply chain starts with people at their homes, with people driving to these stores, waiting in line, procuring their items, and then driving back home. And of course, these routes overlap each other in some very specific way. And so with a model of the road network and the locations of both the port and the stores and the homes in the various estates, we can start to ask some questions about the way in which this system supports the delivery of these goods. So for example, is there sufficient road capacity, or is there going to be congestion, both under normal travel conditions and post storms or other kind of events? Who are the most affected by long drive times? Which vulnerable populations in different portions of the island are there? And when there's road blockages from flooding or other kind of situations, what does this mean in terms of the ability to get the things that they need? So with this in mind, Dan's going to talk a little bit about some of the recent work that was done.
Yeah, so we, similar to how we developed a model for power flow and power system vulnerability to hurricanes, we developed this supply chain model for looking at the usage of roads for moving supplies from the ports to the locations where people could go and buy them, and where people might be coming from the estates in their homes to go get those critical supplies. In particular, we were focusing on food, hardware, and gasoline or ice, which are kind of the three things that people needed the most after Hurricanes Irma and Maria. And we all remember that there were curfews during this time. So we were trying to look at if you were able to get from your home to the store and back for the supplies that you need, given the curfew periods that we set. And these curfew periods are really important because it frees up time to try and clear the roads and fix infrastructure that might have failed during the hurricane. So we're looking at supply chain management and the roads and how they might support communities during these different kinds of events. And the events that we focused on is, for all three islands, flooding and how that might affect access to these roads. And we looked at three different scenarios. The first is just the effect of curfew. That's the top scenario for St. John that you're seeing right now. The second is the expected return period on a flood. And so this is not like the 100-year worst storm. This is just this is climate change projections that were provided by the University of the Virgin Islands, and which parts of the island are likely to flood and which roads would then flood associated with it and might be blocked. And then in terms of worst case, we essentially said if any road that might be flooded above a single foot, where a foot leads to essentially a car becoming a boat and floating, we would essentially treat those roads as completely blocked and see which communities wouldn't be able to reach supplies. And so for this assessment, we find specific communities across St. John having issues reaching certain supplies. Same with ports in St. John reaching and bringing supplies to those same locations. So for example, you have, especially in the worst case scenarios, certain communities like Fish Bay or Hanson Bay. These are communities that are both on the west coast and east coast of St. John, might be blocked due to flooding, and makes it so they can't actually reach critical supply locations. Also, you have the kind of differences between what supplies are easy to get or easy to access, depending on if you're coming from your home or if you're coming from the port. So hardware and gasoline is really difficult for folks on the east coast of St. John to get because most of that is located on the west coast. And food is really hard to deliver from the port to the supply on the east coast. So there's overlap in how the supply chain works, and it leads to certain issues in providing certain supplies to certain communities. We did the same assessment for St. Thomas, and we find similar types of results, where as you go from just normal curfews, certain communities having issues, but essentially everyone in the roads supporting the capacity to get the supplies they need, to increasing floods, and in these worst case scenarios, some communities not being able to make it to the stores and back within the 6-hour period. In the St. Thomas case, it's mostly the communities on the far East Coast are going to be either blocked due to congestion or flooding and not necessarily be able to reach the food, hardware, or gasoline stores within the 6-hour curfew period if there's a worst case flood on the island. Also, just to emphasize a point, when we're looking at the worst case scenarios, some of the communities essentially get isolated because all the major roads that you would access to leave the community sometimes become unavailable. And in St. John, one thing I want to emphasize is that the port is in a flood zone. And so we find that if there's a worst case flood, you might not be able to get those trucks with supplies to the critical supply locations. And so this assessment helps us identify, potential need for either providing supplies at different locations across St. John or other islands, and where we might want to actually be landing them or providing them before the flood occurs, before a hurricane occurs, because that community might get isolated.
Great. So the third of the short examples that we want to talk about has to do with the potable water system. And in particular are the ability to understand water demands. And this is work that was conducted recently by one of our students, Andrew Borgdorf, in cooperation with UVI and with WAPA. So again, focusing on these two questions, how does it work and what can go wrong? Well, it turns out that the water system in the Virgin Islands is far more complicated than anything that exists on the mainland, in part because of the many different sources of water in the territory. So as you all know, right, one of the main sources is rainwater, which is collected in cisterns for residences and business and government and other buildings, as well as to support agriculture. In addition, right, there's groundwater, which can be pumped and then trucked to resupply cisterns. And then there's production of water, reverse osmosis of seawater by 7 Seas to WAPA that gets then stored and then can either be trucked or piped to various buildings throughout the territory. And in addition to that, we also have folks who go to grocery stores to purchase water, bottled water for drinking purposes. And we also have some large hotels, resorts, as well as industrial providers who may be producing their own water with reverse osmosis. So there are many different ways in which water can make its way to its ultimate end user. And this means that there are both vulnerabilities as well as opportunities for robustness. So what can go wrong here? Well, if we just consider the pipeline system operated by WAPA, right, there can be problems in production, storage, or the piping, right? There have been problems in St. Croix with water pressure, as well as sometimes the inability to maintain appropriate tank levels that can cause service disruptions. Now, one of the fortunate things is that there is some redundancy in the ability to call up a water truck and have it deliver water to your cistern, essentially a water battery at your home or at your business that you can use in the short term. And for the most part, these issues with the WAPA system, when they've occurred, have been rather short term. But we're concerned about long-term issues as well. And one of the things that's on many folks' mind is what is the potential for long-term drought? So in particular, if there was a shortage of rainwater, which would ultimately lead to a shortage of groundwater that would happen over a period of months or even years, to what extent can production and distribution of the WAPA system really meet the demand that's there? And that's something that we don't have a good handle on currently. So it was one of the things that motivated some of our analysis.
Yeah, so when it comes to the power system, a lot of the information and data that we used for that analysis was provided by WAPA and supported by the Department of Energy and National Labs. When it came to the transportation system, we worked with DPW, and we had to develop some data to determine these kind of like last mile supply chain types of questions. As Dave was mentioning, we worked very closely with WAPA. We were using their data and supporting them in terms of these analysis, but a lot of the work that was done for this assessment was just trying to see if we can make sense of the water system, which is so complicated because of the cisterns, the pipelines, the trucks, and all the different things that you don't normally see in the mainland. And so one thing that we were trying to do was to say, if we took an off-the-shelf model for trying to predict and forecast water demands, how well would that succeed in the VI context? And we can use this to try and see after a storm, just how much water do we think we'll be able to serve and how much water do we need to start planning for. And so what you're seeing on this graph is essentially a very well fit. I mean, the lines don't look super perfect, but from a statistical perspective, they're doing pretty well. A model that can predict water demands. And this is using a bunch of data that WAPA provided before the storm. And this is using standard time series analysis and predictive models that would be used across other water utilities across the United States. What turns out is that after the storm, the same model doesn't necessarily provide that predictive power. So the disruptions that Irma and Maria created in this specific graph that you're seeing in the top and bottom are for the St. Thomas St. John water system becomes 50% less accurate. So we're underperforming, we're misrepresenting just 50% of the water that people will either need or we think they're going to need. And this gives us at least a way to quantify the amount of water that we might not be able to deliver with the WAPA system after a storm, and we might need to provide as a recovery effort and immediate response. It also tells us how demands might shift and change when the WAPA system comes back online. And it provides useful information for trying to deal with these big disasters that we anticipate might happen again in the Virgin Islands. We also took off-the-shelf models for trying to look at the impacts and the effects of these water trucks and how much of these water batteries as cisterns can provide the system as backup. And as it turns out, it really depends on rain. I mean, that's kind of like a obvious thing, but we didn't really know how many days after a dry spell would we really need to start relying on trucks again. And based off of a statistical assessment, we find that after 45 to 60 days without certain amounts of rain, we get many, many more water trucks need to buy water from WAPA and be sold to customers. So this gives us a measure that normally one truck might show up every day to buy water from WAPA, but if there has been 45 to 60 days without rain, we're going to see about 18 to 20. And that information is extremely helpful because if there's a correlated event of, let's say, a long-term drought or prolonged drought, as well as some hurricane disruption, we now know, oh, there's going to be a demand spike because we usually see that due to these drought conditions, and here's the kinds of disruptions we expect to see in our ability to deliver water.
Great. So the last example we'll go through here real quickly because we're running out of time has to do with cell phone coverage and in particular the role and the dependence of coverage on individual towers. We heard many stories of people driving around post Irma and Maria to simply find a place where they could get reasonable cell coverage so they could contact loved ones or coordinate response efforts. So in terms of how it works, well, it turns out that radio propagation is very complicated. You can see the towers and you know that when you're close, you have stronger signal. But the way in which these signals actually propagate and who has signal and who doesn't really depends a lot on the topography of the land, the amount of vegetation, how hilly it is. And so with this in mind, we wanted to do some analysis to try to understand the role that individual towers play in supporting cell coverage of key buildings in the territory.
Yeah, so we took a model-based approach and we worked primarily with Witt O'Brien's, which was coordinating with telecommunications providers. And we identified many of the tower locations across the entire territory. You're seeing some in St. Thomas and St. John. And what we did is using a model-based approach, we determined the actual coverage area for every single cell tower across this part of the territory, as well as St. Croix, which you're not seeing. And this creates a composite coverage map where green means you're getting good cell signal from that tower and yellow means you're probably not getting that great of cell signal from that tower. And what we did is we were able to relate this to the kinds of structures and emergency support functions that require cell service and how they relate to the cell service that's provided from each individual tower. So just as a simple example, which cell towers might serve public safety, we find that cell towers 1, 17, 20, and 2 were the ones that were most critical for providing coverage for all the public safety community anchor institutions that you're seeing in that table in the bottom. And these individual coverage maps for every single tower give us a way to then test, if a tower goes down, how should we expect there to be coverage at a police station or at a school that might be some form of emergency response location.
So summarizing some of the key messages here, our work in supporting UVI and the HMRP is on multiple areas, multiple systems, so power, roads, telecom, and water. And we only had a little bit of time to give you some of the highlights of this. We'd be happy to talk with you in breakout sessions or offline in ways that we can do this. One of the key messages, though, here is that an operational view of infrastructure is vital to answering these questions, right? How does it work is really should be the starting point for understanding what can go wrong and what are the implications for service to folks in the territory. Ultimately, talking about what it is that we want, this involves stakeholder values, and this is going to be up to you in the territory. And hopefully this meeting will help facilitate these conversations, as well as what do we need to do. And that's really going to be, again, the focus of tomorrow. Where are we going in terms of understanding our risks and building resilience? And so with that, this is our contact information. Feel free to contact us by email or during here, as well as on our website. We have references for all of the underlying work, technical reports, and other kind of things. So thank you very much for your attention, and we will look forward to talking with you in the breakout sessions.
All right. Thank you so much. That was really exciting. Really good presentation. And I love when even you do a recording, you forgot to put yourself on mute. That's very funny. So we're gonna have, thank you, Dave and Dan. So we're gonna have Q&A after our presentation. So we're gonna go to our next presentation about, actually I'm gonna switch things a little bit. I'm gonna have the ESI. So Lee Wang and Becky DeJoseph are gonna talk a little bit about the various services and how those sectors are doing here in the Virgin Islands in terms of providing the services that we all need. So our colleague from ESI worked with us and are still working with us for a few months. And this is part one of their work, or the results of part one of their work that I'm going to show now. So I'm going to share my screen. Oops. Oh, just hold on. Sorry, I need to make sure I have shared the sound. Yes, sound is shared. Okay. So play.
Good afternoon. My name is Becky DeJoseph, and I'm an Associate Director at eConsult Solutions based out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Last year, our team was retained by the University of the Virgin Islands to assist in the formation of the Virgin Islands Hazard Mitigation and Resilience Plan. Within this role, our team was tasked with developing a data-driven approach to assessing the territory's baseline levels of resilience in various sectors throughout the territory. Today, I'm going to review our top-line methodology and findings. The complexity and multifaceted nature of resilience makes it particularly difficult to measure. Both the unit of observation chosen, as well as the intricate relationship between the types of resilience, add to the conceptual and methodological challenges of measuring resilience. Within the context of the Virgin Islands, the lack of consistent, timely, and robust data collection adds an extra layer of complexity to measuring the unobservable metric. Nevertheless, given these considerations, we selected the MIMIC model as the initial framework for our analysis. The multiple indicators, multiple causes model is a form of structural equation modeling that uses two models simultaneously to estimate the unobserved latent variable, in our case, resilience. The MIMIC model was originally used in the social sciences to measure the unobservable. In the famous example we see on the slide, the MIMIC model is used to estimate the latent variable of social participation. In order to assess a person's social participation, the framework begged the questions: what factors would cause an individual to be more involved socially, and what indicators would prove so? The variables to the left of the latent variable are exogenous causal variables thought to impact a person's social participation or cause them to be more social. In this model, the causal variables of income, occupation, and level of education are thought to be the causes of a person's social participation. The variables to the right of the latent variables are endogenous measurement variables, which are thought to be indicators of social participation. In this case, the person's church attendance, if they're a member of an organization, and the time they spend with friends. Combined, these two models are able to explain and measure the relationships between the causes and the indicators of the latent variable. In recent years, the MIMIC model has increasingly been used to measure resilience through this econometric analysis. Now, while there was not enough data available in the USVI within each sector to carry out a full economic analysis, the MIMIC model framework was effective in creating our approach to measuring the resilience of various sectors within the territory. Given the MIMIC model framework, our analysis identifies for each sector those factors that are indicators of resilience and those that are believed to strengthen or cause them. For example, on this slide, we see a graph with the word resilience indicator on the y-axis. Now for the economy, what are some typical measures that economists use to measure the health of the overall economy? Well, we can see in the green box to the right, we have 4 macroeconomic indicators displayed: GDP growth, unemployment rate, and tax revenues, as well as export revenue, which is particularly important to the economy such as the Virgin Islands. Now, if we take any of these indicators and place them on the y-axis, we can imagine what would happen to them in the aftermath of a natural disaster, a man-made event, or a global pandemic. After a negative shock to the system, we expect change. That is, we would expect GDP to fall. We would expect the unemployment rate to rise. We would expect tax revenues to weaken and export revenues to decrease. However, how long or deep this recessionary period is depends upon the resilience of the economy. A resilient economy will have a shorter and shallower recovery period, while a less resilient economy will be deeper and longer and may never recover to its original pre-shock levels. So, how do we prepare the economy now for a response that looks like response 1 rather than response 2? Well, here's where those causal factors come back into play. What exactly needs to be done in order for the economy to recover faster and quicker has to do with their underlying causal factors. Certain factors have been shown that when in place will result in better outcomes, all else equal. For an economic sector, factors such as industry and business size diversification, as well as the ease of doing business and overall levels of human capital, have been shown to increase the health and improve overall economic growth. In the spider chart shown on the slide, the left shows the level of each of the causal factors currently in the territory based on our research. We can see that for the economy, the current levels in the USVI are far from where they should be to be considered resilient. Limited investment in homegrown businesses that rely heavily on tourism, low diversification within tourism, low test scores, low educational attainment, a poor business environment, and an antiquated governmental process when dealing with licensing and permitting all leads to a less than ideal situation for the territory in normal times. It's not hard to imagine what happens during and after a shock. The spider chart on the right shows how these causal factors can be strengthened through recommendations. Recommendations such as investment into new types of tourism, research to understand new types of Caribbean tourism demand, and a tourism sector with a contingency plan that could help strengthen the territory's largest sector after a disaster, programs that support business, increase the access to capital, and provide a seamless post-disaster loan program can help ensure that businesses are resilient post-disaster. Additionally, the digitalization of government services will help lower the cost of doing business in the territory, while an assessment of current labor market gaps will help local residents reskill for the jobs of the future. Now, if we go back one slide, we can see that the difference in outcomes that could occur if the causal factors are strengthened, which would result in a shorter and less deep recession compared to where we are now with our causal factors as they are. In addition to economy, our team completed this exercise for 4 other sectors: housing, education, health, and arts and culture. For the housing sector, a community will be more resilient if they have access to safe, quality, and affordable housing. Therefore, the resilience indicators selected include housing quality, housing affordability, and access to subsidized housing. As far as quality, a 2015 housing demand report showed that 16 to 18% of all households in the territory were living in low quality or substandard housing compared to more typical rates of 3 to 5%. This low quality housing is due in part to the lack of building code compliance, as well as a sufficient number of building inspectors within the territory. Additionally, we found that within the private housing market, affordability is a key issue within the territory. Approximately 55% of renters are burdened by housing costs, and 61% of those with mortgages are also burdened. High construction and material costs, as well as second home and tourism rental markets, contribute to these affordability issues. In addition to unaffordable prices, high insurance premiums force a majority of residents without insurance, leaving them without a safety net following natural disasters and further exacerbating housing quality and safety issues. These imbalances in the private market translate into a shortage of low to moderate price units, increasing the number of households that need public or subsidized housing. While the subsidized housing market supports thousands of households that are priced out of the private housing market, the demand for these units greatly exceeds the available supply, which in turn contributes to long wait times and general housing insecurity within the territory. These factors all add up to a housing market that is unaffordable and at times of low quality, leading to an over-reliance on the subsidized market and housing insecurity for the territory's most vulnerable. These structural issues are only further exploited in the aftermath of a disaster. A resilient health sector is one that can provide accessible and affordable care to its population. If routine health needs of the population are not met in stable conditions, a natural disaster will further imperil health outcomes, particularly for the most vulnerable members of the population. We define health resilience by provision of preventative care, capacity for emergency or urgent care, and the availability of behavioral health treatment. For preventative care, the territory scored low in some standard metrics, such as the percentage of 2-year-olds with proper immunization and the number of elderly that received a flu shot. For emergency care, the average waiting time in the local hospital was over 2.7 times higher than the national average. For behavioral health treatment, there are currently no long-term facilities on the island. This is alarming, given the sharp increase in behavioral health needs for both children and adults after the hurricanes. The overall health resilience indicators are not faring very well, due in part to the underlying causal factors. That is, the capacity of the medical facilities, personnel capacity, accessibility of health services, as well as the promotion of healthy behaviors. As far as the capacity of facilities, the territory scored fairly well, with 3.7 hospital beds per 1,000. However, after the 2017 hurricanes, the territory's public hospitals had decreased daily capacity by approximately 50% due to damage, disruptions in the supply chain, and other complications. This dramatic drop in capacity, at a time when expanded capacity was critical, shows the lack of resilience within the health sector. As far as personnel capacity, the territory's 1 physician per 1,000 people is only above Puerto Rico's and much lower than all other comparative Caribbean islands. As far as accessibility to health services, 22% of the territory is currently uninsured. These causal factors, low capacity, overburdened personnel, and low healthcare coverage lead to less than desirable health outcomes in the territory during normal times and are only further constrained after shocks. A resilient education sector is one that has sustained high levels of school enrollment, graduation rates, and academic performance. For school enrollment, even prior to the 2017 hurricanes, there were sharp increases in school dropout rates, indicating vulnerabilities within the sector. As far as academic performance, the territory has seen substantial growth in its performance in English scores since the 2015 school year. However, the proportion of students who are meeting or exceeding the established standard is low even at its highest, most recently recorded at only 24.8%. So what are the underlying causal factors that could be contributing to less than favorable educational outcomes? Certain factors have been known to contribute to educational outcomes, such as overall attendance rates, educational structure, personal levels, and student safety and feeling of well-being. For attendance rates, data from the 2016-2017 school year show that more than 90% of all enrolled students were absent 10 or more days during the academic year. Daily absenteeism was at an all-time high of 18%, meaning that on average, more than 1 in 6 students was absent on any given day. Across the education sector, from teachers to administrators to counselors, personnel play a key role in promoting resilience. A sufficient number of committed, well-trained, and well-supported staff members is fundamental to a resilient education sector. An ongoing challenge for the Virgin Islands has been teacher retention. The public schools therefore rely regularly on a pool of substitute teachers, which can increase the likelihood of turnover and staff shortages after a shock. As far as student safety and well-being, nearly half of all public high school students reported being aware of gang activity near their homes, with nearly 1 in 3 public high school students being in a physical fight, half of which occurred on school property. These factors all contribute to a less than desirable academic performance and school enrollment outcomes within the USVI. The last sector we investigated was the arts and culture sector. Culture and art play a role in helping societies improve their response to natural disasters and can help provide cohesion and healing through artistic expression. Numerous resilience indicators are used to assess the resilience of the sector, including tangible and intangible cultural heritage, the presence of cultural tourism, the presence of creative and cultural industries, as well as a well-preserved historic housing stock. While there are ample ways in which cultural arts are present on the islands, many of these institutes lack the funding necessary, relying heavily on donations for expansion and investment. In the aftermath of disasters, the arts and culture sector is typically the first to be deprioritized. For this reason, the underlying causal factors for the arts and culture sector comes down to the funding for the arts. While the cultural presence of the islands is strong, the majority of funding sources are either through grants, donation, or the federal government, which can dry up quickly after a disaster. While federal funding through NEA grants, as well as the mandatory creation of the State Historic Preservation Office, ensures that at least a baseline level of funding will be present for the arts and culture within the territory, it is clear from a review of territorial budgets that despite clear emphasis being placed on the importance of cultural heritage in the territory, that the sector is not elevated and prioritized to the necessary levels needed to ensure cultural and people-based strategies are prioritized before and in the aftermath of disasters. As seen by the previous slides, the causal or protective factors needed to facilitate more resilient outcomes within the territory are either not in place or lacking. In order to improve outcomes after the next natural disaster or shock, strategies need to be implemented going forward to strengthen these causal factors. That is the end of our presentation. We would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we have 2 more presentations to go, and then we're going to open it for answer and questions. Thank you, Becky, so much. So now we're going to hear from Leah Trotman. Leah worked with us and our team to look at the health sector. So yeah, so this presentation will provide a high-level summary, not exhaustive summary, of the work that we've been doing for the past year, taking a deeper dive at the health sector and how the health sector and hazard mitigation sort of overlap. So I'm going to share my screen.
Good afternoon. My name is Leah Trotman, and I'm a senior at Agnes Scott College in Decatur, Georgia, but a local born and raised here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Throughout my presentation this afternoon, I hope to provide some answers to the following question: are we getting the health services we need in the territory? To answer this question, I hope to define what it means to be health resilient, provide an overview of the current state of our healthcare system in the territory, and lastly, offer some steps forward to building a resilient health sector so that we can actually get the services we need as a territory. So, what exactly is a resilient health sector? A resilient health sector, in essence, should be able to do the following 3 things: meet the needs of the population on a regular basis, including vulnerable populations, respond to the unique needs of its population during a disaster, and also have the ability to recover and meet the routine health needs of the resident population quickly after a shock. And with this definition now in mind, I will review the following 4 subsections you currently see on your screen. In doing so, I hope to give you an overview of how well the healthcare system is currently doing in the territory and whether or not we are meeting the needs of the populations we hope to serve. Starting first with pharmacies and prescriptions, territory-wide, there are 33 pharmacies in the U.S. Virgin Islands, 14 on St. Thomas, 1 on St. John, and 17 on St. Croix. On St. Thomas, however, following the storm, only 1 pharmacy out of the 14 was open due to the others experiencing extensive damage. The medicine shop, which you can see on your screen to the left, was the 1 pharmacy open. As a result, the medicine shop experienced an increase in demand for services like prescriptions and medications that at times it could not handle. After the first Hurricane Irma, the pharmacy was able to rely on Puerto Rico's stock of medication to meet the demands of Virgin Islanders. But after the second Hurricane Maria, the Virgin Islands lost priority status access to shipments from Puerto Rico as a result of Maria. The medicine shop was then unfortunately forced to charter their own plane to Puerto Rico to receive supplies and medication. And as we think about the future and as we look towards the future and thinking about building health resilience, conversations about how the Virgin Islands can obtain priority status will be of utmost importance as well. Another problem that the medicine shop ran into that should definitely be considered as we strive towards building health resilience is the potential lack of personnel. Following the first hurricane, the medicine shop lost some of its staff and could not depend on neighboring pharmacy staff who were without work because their own pharmacies had suffered damage. Unfortunately, the medicine shop could not rely on them due to non-competitive agreements between pharmacies. So looking towards the future, conversation must be held or at least thought about how debilitating and destructive these non-competitive agreements can be during an emergency. Having an extra staff member, even if from a different pharmacy, could be the difference between serving 10 versus 20 patients. Now, as for power, which is the only utility I will highlight today, following the storms, more than 90% of above ground power lines were damaged and more than half of all utility poles were knocked down. And this, for obvious reasons, had an impact on the continuation of care for many already in the hospitals, but even for those who came in for medical concerns after the storms were also impacted by this lack of power. Without power, many doctors did not have access to electronic records and were forced to treat patients without viewing their medical histories. And as a territory, we still currently experience occasional power outages due to already existing weak infrastructure, but healthcare facilities are working on building resilience by obtaining generators, which is, yes, a step in the right direction. In 2019, for example, a study revealed that 35 out of 38 facilities interviewed had at least a generator, signaling efforts to continue care for patients following a shock. And even more recent conversations with healthcare professionals throughout the territory has revealed that most, if not all, facilities do have generators. Now discussing transportation and its impact on health. Following the storms, communities living in the mid-island of St. Croix, for example, had a lot more difficulty than those living in town accessing healthcare facilities. So transportation for them could limit how many services they have access to. And luckily, the Frederiksted Health Care Inc. clinic, one of 2 of our federally qualified health clinics, has done a good job of attempting to reach those populations by scattering 4 facilities throughout the island. But more thought must be given to the other populations that fall through the cracks, even when the sky is blue and we are not in immediate danger of a natural disaster. And then another contentious issue that we should focus on with transportation as it relates to the delivery of health services is our ports. Following the 2017 storms, our ports were inoperable due to extensive damage. Over 400 boats had sunken. It took about 3 weeks for the ports to reopen. But even once the ports opened, they remained problematic. Because the ports were closed for quite some time, a massive influx of shipping containers flooded into the territory. And these shipping containers were filled with disaster relief supplies, which we were super thankful for, but unfortunately did not have the space or the personnel to unload. And so many of the items in those containers, such as food, drink, medication, expired, rendering the territory faulty and being able to provide those types of health services and resources to our populations. Now, I will say that most recently a port expansion in St. Croix was recently completed, showing that Port Authority is currently working on expanding our ports, which is a great step in the direction of building health resilience, but we must be sure to hold each other accountable to ensure that all of our other ports are expanded as well. As for behavioral health, many argue that the territory most suffers here. In the most recently released 2020 Community Health Assessment, 40.9% of our population reported suffering from one or more mental health concerns. I mean, this is a decline from 2017, but it is still a large portion of our population in need of mental health and behavioral health services that our territory just cannot provide. The territory is currently classified as a geographic high needs health professional shortage area, which is a rather long way to say that we currently have large gaps in personnel that need to be addressed in order for us to be a highly functioning health system. And as for other services, the territory only currently has one long-term mental health and substance abuse facility. And for children who need behavioral health care but cannot receive it due to our current lack in the territory, they are sent off island, and that costs the territory roughly $14 million annually. So as we look towards a healthier Virgin Islands, and as we look towards the Virgin Islands that can service the needs of our population, each of these deficiencies, lack of staff, lack of facility, expensive off-island care, must be addressed if our ultimate goal is meeting the routine health needs of our population and building health resilience. It is important to note that the territory has made some progress specific to behavioral health treatment, at least in the policy arena. Most recently, our current government announced Healthier Horizons, an initiative that would modernize the delivery of mental and behavioral health services. And also back in 2019, this current administration as well had proposed the Virgin Islands Behavioral Health Development Disability Act, which would create some sort of facility that would handle mental health, behavioral health, substance abuse, developmental ability needs. So progress is being made, but holding each other accountable will be a must to ensure that these processes are put into place and then later remain active and effective. And lastly, let's talk about whether vulnerable populations on our islands are getting the services they need. Starting first with our elderly population, data over the last decade has shown an increase in those over the age of 65 and include this population. Currently, our nursing homes still face many challenges, and some of the elderly don't qualify for Medicaid. Therefore, unfortunately, leaving them even more vulnerable than they already are as it pertains to their age. So as we continue to think about our elderly, identifying ways we can offer wraparound services that offer our elderly ways in which they can no longer be vulnerable will be of utmost importance. A senior registry was developed to collect the names of our elderly, but we still need to consider what about those who are not registered. But for sure, this registry is a step in the right direction. And turning toward to shelters and receiving medicine, food, water, and oxygen. And even upon arrival at those shelters, were not accessible. Some had bathrooms only on the second floor, making it difficult for those with physical disabilities to use them. We are currently unaware of how the shelters have since then developed, which is indicative, I think, of a recurring lack of data and information sharing issue in the territory. But this is for sure something to investigate more in depth when it comes time to evaluate whether our shelters are health resilient and are able to meet the needs of our populations. And then turning towards our last vulnerable population I will highlight for today, there has been an increase in those experiencing homelessness. Before the storm, there were approximately 307 persons experiencing homelessness. Right now, reports suggest a number as high as 500. Our homeless population is for sure increasing, and there's unfortunately a general lack of data around this population, as well as around the programs that should be providing services for them. And so building health resilience is all about building health resilience for everyone, no population excluded. And so as we work towards building that resilient health sector, it will be of utmost importance that we also include this population. Briefly, I will offer some conversation on how best I think the territory could move forward in building health resilience. This is most definitely not an exhaustive list, but it does provide a glimpse at some of the important work that needs to be done. Data collection and accessibility is for sure one. It's of utmost importance if we hope to service our populations, by chronic conditions from patient populations, preventative care can be enhanced. And while we worked on the report over the summer, and even before I arrived as an intern, data was very hard to come by. If you don't know somebody, which is the Caribbean way, but this way is not sustainable, right? The role that data plays in healthcare delivery cannot be overstated. And therefore, we have to be sure to share our data across the healthcare system for better health outcomes. As for personnel capacity, while we cannot compete with the higher salaries offered by more developed nations, we can decide how best to entice professionals here to fill in our workforce gap, right? Whether that be, marketing that we have a fun nightlife, or, our tourism is great, or having some sort of cultural activity that people can't get elsewhere. These are all very innovative ideas that could potentially attract personnel here to the territory. And as you can see, it's going to be very much so a collaborative effort, right? And which brings me to that third point. Lastly, we should also discuss how important it will be for us to make aware and strengthen the relationships between departments that interact with each other to provide health services. For example, on the screen, you will see an interagency interaction matrix between the Department of Health and the Department of Human Services. I will only go over one example in an effort to save time, but let's start with the example on the left. So the Department of Health's WIC program refers clients to the Department of Human Services Children and Family Services program, and vice versa. So over the summer, the health sector team, myself, and students from Indiana University put together the interagency interaction matrix, or also known as IM, detailing how each program in the Department of Health and the Department of Human Services interacts with one another, hoping to identify how health services are delivered to residents, and then identify how we would best strengthen these relationships. Right, working together is so important to serving our community. We can no longer work in silos. And so this matrix works best at showing us what relationships exist, so then we can strengthen them. The territory's healthcare system has suffered quite a bit over the last few years, and that cannot be overstated, but it is time for sustainable change, and building health resilience will provide us with that sustainable change that we all so desire. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk briefly with you about the state of healthcare in the territory. If you have any questions, please feel free to type them in the chat, and then we'll be sure to answer your questions after the entire session is completed. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So we're going to go through our last talk, and then we're going to go to Q&A. A lot of overlapping, topics: healthcare, dependence on transportation. We heard about the the fragility and the vulnerability of our transportation system that is so important for healthcare delivery, same thing for the power, the importance of education and workforce development here in the territory to meet the needs of the territory. So a lot of cool, very interesting overlapping themes throughout the day. So the last talk is about switching gear a little bit and thinking about nonprofit sector and the role that nonprofit sector can play in potentially helping with some of the needs that have been identified. So our last speaker for the day is Ms. Dee Brown. She's the head president or executive director for the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands. So I'm gonna go ahead and play her presentation, and then we're gonna have a Q&A.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with my colleagues today for the Hazardous Mitigation and Resilience Workshop. It's actually a special treat, especially during these times, to be able to be together with any of my colleagues in any way possible. I'm also so happy that we've been invited to talk about how we're doing today. And I really appreciate the topic of nonprofits stepping up, because I think that's really what our nonprofits are doing, have done, and continue to do. I would like to share my screen with you as I share the story of the journey for CFVI and for some of our colleagues since the storms in 2017. For CFVI, the experience of the hurricanes in 2017 was actually an acknowledgement that, in fact, the Community Foundation really was storm ready. We really hadn't thought about it in those terms. We hadn't been called to think about it in those terms. But we were able to say that we were ready with an experienced and a committed staff. We were ready with an extraordinary board. We were really ready with an extensive network of not-for-profit partners who were capable and ready to step in and help however it was needed. And that we also had financially put ourselves in a place where we were, our finances were managed in the cloud, and we had just completed our audited financials for 2016. So all of this kind of put us in a place where on day one, when Irma arrived in St. Thomas, we were able to open our funds for access to donors throughout the territory and throughout the country and throughout the world. 10 days after, we were able to make grants to our colleagues on St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. Smaller grants at that point, we made 10 grants of $25,000 each. And we actually were able to do that without any communication with our partners. We knew organizations would be stepping up and doing important things, even though none of us had access to telephone or internet or transportation. So it was basically that knowledge and trust in our community that enabled us to act so quickly. This next slide is an acknowledgement of our recognition immediately that we were going to need information in order particularly to understand the needs of vulnerable children and families in the Virgin Islands after Hurricanes Irma and Maria. We did outreach to our colleagues at UVI and asked if they could help us by preparing this report, and then collaborated with them in an extraordinary way to be able to provide this important documentation. We also knew that we needed some content experts because we were being asked to evaluate proposals for things like mucking and gutting and fixing roofs, which clearly was outside of the lane of the grant making that CFVI had done in the past. Thanks to our financial capacity, we were able to accept over 10,000 donations from individual donors, foundations, families, businesses over the course of the 6 to 8 months following the storms. We were also pushed to our limit to be able to do grant making at that same level, so that we were able to complete grant making to date of $16 million to our partners who are working to build back and build better our community. This is the cover of our most recent report. CFEI issued a report in July 2020 to capture the 3 years of our post-hurricane experience. Of course, as we all know, by then we were in the throes of a pandemic, but we felt that in order to communicate with our colleagues, with our donors, with our grant recipients, that we wanted to capture the hurricane-based grant making. This is a slide which captures the overall processes at the Community Foundation. It's an overview of 4 main philanthropic vehicles that the foundation uses. We have field of interest funds, we have donor advised funds, we have fiscal sponsorships, and we have grants. And there were at least 16 different types of philanthropic vehicles that were established by generous donors to help us building back after the storms. Slides 5, 6, and 7 capture the list of our grantees. And just to reiterate how important our not-for-profit partners are, because as appreciative as we were at the Community Foundation for all the generosity of our donors, we recognize that none of this work could be happening if it weren't for our partners who were out there in the community, rebuilding homes, restoring lives, re-energizing, feeding in some cases, providing water in the immediate days after the storms. And none of that would have happened without our extraordinary not-for-profit network. This next slide captures the building forward at CFBI. It's where we have been since day one after Irma, believing that we needed as a community to be able to translate this devastation into something that would strengthen us and help us move forward. We had so many important learnings from the storms. I think an important message that I have really shared with whoever would be willing to listen was the extraordinary strength of the not-for-profit community. It was an acknowledgement of just how good we all are. It was also an opportunity to recognize just how generous our network is. We also learned, I think, that it's okay to rely on outside expertise, particularly for disaster management. We had Lutheran Social Services National Disaster Network come in and really start immediately doing work in restoring our housing. We had All Hands and Hearts, who became close friends and partners of so many of us over the course of the last 3 years. We had the Bloomberg Foundation, which had learned a lot from the experience of New York and Hurricane Sandy. And we had the Disaster Recovery Support Initiative, which worked closely with the rebuilding on St. Thomas. Basically, they brought an expertise that we didn't have. Hopefully, we won't need on an ongoing basis. And we learned to trust those partners who had expertise in the mainland and internationally in just how communities build back. And we're so appreciative to that. One of the questions that I think has come out of the whole not-for-profit experience in these past 3 years is the question of mission drift. I see it a little different. When I talk to my not-for-profit colleagues and partners, I realize that we're all looking at our missions and seeing if our missions are evolving so that we are mindful of the expanding need for our organizations. We are mindful of the capacity of each of our organizations to take on additional missions. And I think we're making those decisions in a thoughtful way. This slide captures a part of CFBI's thinking around the need for all of us to continue to strengthen our work, grow our work, and learn from each other and from other models. Catch a Fire is an online platform which CFBI engaged with in about a year ago in an effort to acknowledge the importance of the not-for-profit community in our Virgin Islands, and also to offer to our partners and to ourselves additional expertise. Basically, Catch a Fire is currently working with 150 non-for-profits in the territory and offering expertise from webinars, from individual phone calls with experts, a wide range of help. And we're actually in the conversations now with our not-for-profits in learning how that was helpful, how that might be improved, and just to continue CFBI's commitment to our community that we will work to build ourselves and we will work to enable that in our partners. This final slide just captures a little bit of the to-date benefit of the Catch a Fire partnership in our community. I think that this discussion today is really, in many ways, thinking about how to build forward, but it is also an important celebration of all of us, of what we have accomplished after the storms, what we are doing daily in the face of a pandemic, and what we envision as a kinder, gentler community going forward for all of our children and families. And again, I just want to thank the planners for the day, because I know a lot of work went into it, and also my colleagues for all that you do and to make our communities stronger and better. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. That was really exciting. I just realized one more talk about the capacity of the government, and then we're going to open it for question and answer. So what we'll do is we're going to do one more talk. Michael Emmanuel is going to talk about the government, the capacity assessment that we've done. We're going to do some Q&A, take a break, and come back for a breakout group. So Michael Emmanuel talk is here. So I'm going to share the screen, and then we're going to go into the Q&A.
Good day, everyone. My name is Michael Emmanuel, Project Assistant for the Hazard Mitigation and Resilience Plan. I will be presenting to you on the capability assessment today, which I have worked on extensively with one of our subject matter experts, Mr. Jeffrey Uwima. This portion of the project is to meet the requirements of the Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000. However, we have also expanded the traditional scope of this assessment to examine the capabilities of the territorial government as it pertains to disaster risk reduction and disaster risk management, as well as day-to-day functions. To that end, this presentation addresses the following topics: governance and institutions, hazard awareness, preparedness, and resilience, investment in disaster risk management and disaster risk reduction, general government capabilities, government coordination, and financing disaster risk management and disaster risk reduction. So first, we will begin with governance and institutions. In this section, the assessment found that the territory has a solid legislative foundation for disaster risk management and disaster risk reduction. We also find that most of these responsibilities fall mostly on VITEMA's shoulders as they implement FEMA's major programs, while other agencies play more of a participative role in this process. However, a key weakness found here is that administrative structures, funding, and low prioritization of disaster risk management and disaster risk reduction limits the effective implementation of government-wide programs. Regarding hazard awareness, preparedness, planning, and resilience, the assessment found several key limitations. For one, there is a general lack of awareness and understanding of the impacts of any non-hurricane hazard and risk. Additionally, the assessment found that not all agencies have emergency operations or continuity of operations plans. This underscores a lack of and prioritization of strategic planning and disaster risk management and disaster risk reduction, which is further reflected in key performance indicators located in the Government of the Virgin Islands budget. This means that the key performance indicators are not focused on disaster risk management and disaster risk reduction. Lastly, emergency management training in the territory is mostly response-focused. Regarding strategic planning programs that augment disaster risk management and disaster risk reduction, the assessment found that the territory's investments have also fallen a bit short. For example, there is no comprehensive land or water use plan to date, which limits logical and planned development in the territory. Additionally, the zoning code has not been formally updated for quite a long time. From here, we segue into general government capabilities. In this section, the assessment finds several key weaknesses in areas such as budgeting, procurement, and financial management. For one, agency budgets are inadequate to meet mandates, and budgeting is a politicized process. Further, procurement policies seem to be widely understood, but cumbersome, which is a critical weakness in post-disaster settings. Financial management is improving, however, but grant management and grant writing capabilities are limited. We also looked at human resources and project management in this section, and the assessment found several key weaknesses in these areas. For one, there is not a dedicated cadre of project managers in the territorial government. This means that not all agencies have many or any dedicated project managers within them. Additionally, agencies face persistent staff shortages and hiring processes are not entirely smooth. Regarding government coordination, the assessment found that the government does have strong coordination between local agencies. That said, this is usually done informally, which underscores the lack of formal data management and sharing capabilities within the government. The assessment further finds that coordination with federal partners needs improvement to better implement federal programs and spend federal dollars. Lastly, non-government organizations and nonprofits can be a valuable resource for disaster risk management and disaster risk reduction, but have limited coordination with the local government. Lastly, we speak on financing disaster risk management and disaster risk reduction. In this section, the assessment found that the territory has limited ability to locally fund disaster risk management and disaster risk reduction programs. This leads to a heavier reliance on federal programs such as HMGP, BRIC, and CDBG that are administered by Housing and Urban Development and the Federal Emergency Management Agency. However, there are many alternative funding sources for DRM and DRR programs. We just need to tap into them. So in summary, the assessment found that there are many challenges for proper implementation of disaster risk management and disaster risk reduction in the territory. It is evident, however, that high-ranking officials are aware of the importance of these needs, but there has not been a comprehensive effort to move the territory in this direction. The HMRP team plans to use these and other findings to guide policymakers in the future. Thank you very much for listening. We'll be happy to engage with you later on in the workshop. Have a great day.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. So what I would like is ask all our presenters from the Naval Postgraduate School, ESI, Leah and the health team, Michael, Jeff. Yes, thank you so much. Any questions? I see there was a lot of chat in a lot of question and answers in the chat. So a lot of things have been answered already. But if you guys have any questions for each other or comments, maybe that you can elaborate on based on what you've heard, or if anybody, the participants of the workshop have any question, go ahead.
Yes, Hugo Roller here. It seems to be a very auspicious day. It's this workshop taking place. We also have the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority having their Vision 2040 program underway today. Not to mention Guy Fawkes Day. But at any rate, I was wondering on the subject of government coordination, with the VI Development Authority doing one thing today, you're doing another. How in the end will your findings and the printed material that comes out here as a consequence interact with other government agencies? And will there be some manner of getting the government to actually acknowledge and implement your recommendations?
This is Jeff Uema here, and I should turn on my video. This is a great question, and as highlighted in Michael's presentation, the coordination at government we find is very informal. So agency to agency know who to talk to, how to get things done. But generally across the board, multiple agencies, the coordination is lacking. Economic development is critical, as you heard from Dr. Warner's presentation. There's critical dependencies in the economic sector and concentration within the economic sector. So it is going to be a challenge when we're taking a broader, holistic view of disaster risk reduction and building in resilience, looking at multiple sectors to grab the attention of high-ranking offices and the need for integration, collaboration, and sharing. And implementation of some of the recommendations will not be very easy, and they might not have the right appeal to some, but they will require a lot of hard work, and it will require a lot of introspection by the territorial leaders. And we're hopeful that we can harvest that as we start defining policy recommendations.
Michael, did you want to elaborate or?
No, I was just going to say I prefer Jeff answer that question.
Okay. There's a question for, I believe, CFVI, but also others. How would you describe the role of nonprofit sector in augmenting the health and human service sector following a major disaster? So I believe that's for everyone.
Thanks for the question. I feel that in our community, the roles of the non-for-profits are critical to supporting the social services that we're providing to our residents. And some of that is supported through grants from Health and Human Services and from the Department of Health to not-for-profits who are actually delivering critical services that might be in a different or larger community being actually delivered by the government agencies. I would also say that there are so many different, I think that the previous question about how do we coordinate the findings of today with the findings of Vision 2040 with, I think that's a complicated thing even in a small community like ours to include all the voices. But I would say that the Vision 2040 seems to be a very inclusive, community-involved task force. There are community, so CFVI as a community organization, we are invited to participate in many of the conversations with government agencies. So the task force for COVID-19, for example. So we're finding an openness to inviting community voices. I think sometimes it's difficult to translate those multiple voices into one road forward. So I don't know if that answered the question, but and I defer to colleagues.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other comments that you want to give? There's a question, is there a spreadsheet for the funds? Kimiko, would you mind explaining your question? I'm not following.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I was wondering if there's some sort of coordination or tracking for all the different federal funds and non-federal funds, like from nonprofits that have gone in to the VI for disaster recovery and resilience, like where the who's providing the funds, what they're for, which VI agency is administering, and what projects are being funded, what the deadlines are, and so on and so forth. Because in my work, I feel like there's some intersection and perhaps a little bit of redundancy here and there, and it would be, I think, really useful to have something like that to keep track of who's doing what and where we can share resources and combine efforts to amplify everyone's work and make the resources go that much further.
Michael, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, the answer is yes. ODR is tracking I think pretty much all the federal funds that came in. I put a link in the chat to their website. They are tracking FEMA, HUD, I think the Highway Authority, SBA, and other sources as well. And they should have it delineated project by project. I think for the most part, FEMA public assistance is delineated by project and for who it is. So I think for the most part, I think ODR is tracking the federal dollars.
Thank you. It seems that there is a question for the NPS folks from Judy. Judy, do you have a question? Do you mind unmuting yourself and asking the question? Well, how well can the system function and vulnerability model be adapted at the community level? Dan and Dave, I think there was some back and forth from Maya about this question.
I mean, it'd be helpful to clarify when you say community level, what do you mean? Because so the level of analysis for a lot of these is different for different systems and models. But when it came to like electric power transportation, when it came to electric power, going all the way down to like the household, like which loads are being turned off. When it's transportation, we're usually doing it kind of at an estate level, or essentially if you're driving out of your estate, how you might be able to reach major roads so you can get to critical supply locations and drive to the rest of the island. For water distribution, we're kind of doing the same as power. We're bringing it down to maybe specific, not necessarily buildings, but local communities or clusters of buildings. And when it comes to telecommunications, we're relating that directly to the actual assets and buildings. So you could invariably take the assessments and relate them more. One of the things that we were thinking about probably through these conversations is we're focusing kind of broadly on just serving populations and less about the needs of particular subgroups or special needs communities or otherwise. So there's definitely ways that we could be incorporating that demographic information or knowledge that's being shared across the different groups in terms of who needs more support, who's having difficulty, like who doesn't have a car, for example, is something that we didn't specifically know when we were trying to determine transportation resilience and access. And so all those pieces of information can be incorporated in these models and lead to more accurate results. The current versions of the models allow for looking at things as close to like individual, estates within clusters of households all the way to kind of island scale.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just a follow-up, just sort of another thing that we're working on. In some cases, we're working on and developing tools that could be used for folks to try to understand what their level of service is. So the cell tower coverage problem that we presented is one where we're working on a tool that would provide a map-based interface where you could essentially turn individual cell towers on or off. And you could look at what the consequence of the loss of individual towers would be on different parts of each of the islands in terms of who has coverage and who does not. Right. So in some cases, there are some tools that we can build that folks can use. In other cases, as Dan was mentioning, we have now built some of the modeling tools we could, with additional information in coordination, let's say with Greg and Kim, try to do some more specific analysis to support individual communities as sort of identified by the HMRP. The other thing that we're doing is that the ultimate goal is that all the tools that we build will be transitioned to the researchers at UVI so that they can conduct additional analyses. And so very much, part of this is not the end, but in some sense, the beginning of being able to answer more different kinds of questions. And so your question and the questions that are being posted in the chat are really important for keeping that ongoing. So thank you for the question.
You're welcome. Thank you for your answer.
All right. How does the VI government and UVI connect researchers to nonprofits and community leaders? How does the researchers do? So I believe I can. How does the VI government and UVI connect researchers to nonprofit and other community leaders? So if you are talking about UVI researchers, I believe that we are taking part of many forums, some of ones that you organize where we share a lot of information. So the quarterly calls that you have are great, Rachel. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can, maybe you can expand upon your question a little bit more.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I was just wondering, there's so many different ways of, and so many nonprofits and community leaders in different sectors that when you have contractors come down, sometimes they get missed. And I've seen that in several nonprofits, especially on St. John. Someone does a research project in St. Croix, but they for the territory, but they fail to, kind of reach out to some of those other organizations and community leaders. So I just didn't know if there was kind of a more systematic way that we can, kind of eliminate, some of the parachute research that comes down from other universities in the States, as well as, with the new staff that comes into the government, how do we keep those connections and relationships going as a group effort? And so that was just something I'm thinking of, is how do we work together to keep that network together? And it's maybe, I feel like the Community Foundation of Virgin Islands, that's a great network to say, here's all the nonprofits, here's a background. So anyone that has any questions can go to that list and they can identify those leaders, and because not everyone's in a nonprofit as well. So we recognize that, and making sure that there's a kind of a database for those connections.
So that's a great question, Rachel. And, one thing we can do is have, UVI folks, stop the airport for researchers. That's what I did. That's how I met Dave many years ago. We first met at the airport, having some local food. I'm joking, but that's true. I did meet him at the airport, but I didn't stalk him. But I think there is a bit of two parts of your question. Part of the parachute research is what a lot of universities do. Sometimes I do some search online and I find that some university somewhere is doing something about USVI and they never reached out to anybody at UVI, but somebody has a master's now and they did something. So that happens. I think it's, I hope it's going to disappear, but I guess it's what you expect from academics in a way. We have open doors here at UVI. We try as much as possible to get gathering like this and use researchers and knowledge from other places. Like I said, I think some of the networking and network groups that are being created, the one that you organize and all the other informal groups, help keeping everybody updated. There is a lot of work going on the drought mitigation, and Christina Chanes is going to talk about that tomorrow, really sort of building a network of knowledge from different stakeholders, looking at drought, from those who, specialize in analyzing meteorological data to farmers and really exchanging information to develop a bigger picture of what's happening. But I think, moving forward, more collaboration and more discussion among various stakeholders in the territory, I think, is a way of moving forward. I think there's a tendency of working sort of, I do my thing and I only show you the result when I'm ready. I think this culture is disappearing. So I think it's moving in the right direction. But others, do you have any thoughts, Kim?
Yeah, no, this is actually part of UVI. I mean, they have elements of this in their strategic plan. And so Greg, myself, there's probably 2 or 3 others that are active at UVI are doing these kind of events, as well as, I mean, Greg has, the Caribbean Green Technology, I have VI EPSCOR, and these are various programs that bring in researchers, and we are trying to build a network. And I think we're probably 1 or 2 people shy of having that, what I call internal capacity to actually organize and collect this kind of information. The networks, the network building that we're doing on a meeting like this, following up and creating, email lists, phone numbers, etc., websites, and pulling together these kind of resources so that at some point in the near future, whether it's at UVI or a spinoff, we hope to have kind of a go-to list that people can utilize, and hopefully, cut back on these parachute research projects and start cultivating local talent, partnering with perhaps someone from the outside from time to time, but building this local capacity. So we're almost there. We're almost there, but I think it's a great idea. It's long overdue, and we just have to move the needle. It's a cultural thing, to Greg's point about holding information or data. We have to start breaking down those barriers and looking and working collaboratively.
Yeah, and this workshop has been great, and with that, and we have been seeing a lot more collaboration, so it's been great to see that. So thank you, guys.
I just wanted to mention an upcoming resource, fingers crossed, but CFVI since 2006 has provided a Directory of Community Services, and where we've had to do quite a bit of revising of it since the storm. So many organizations changed or came in or went out. But we're hoping to have that available by the end of this year, by the end of December. And at this point, there are about 300 not-for-profit organizations throughout the territory, and we're trying to sort them by the main areas that the not-for-profits work in. And then just informally, Rachel, I really appreciate your question, because so many times when we are talking to people, we're saying, have you talked to this person? Have you talked to that person? So now we're going to also be able to say to them, have you looked at this list of nonprofits to see who you should be talking to?
So we're going to take a break. So take a 15-minute break. Let's come back at 3:30 local time. So in, I guess, 17 minutes. And we're going to do one last exercise. It's a breakout group. It's very exciting, where we're going to ask you a bunch of questions and you're going to give us a bunch of thoughts. But it's going to be, I believe that it's going to be a great opportunity for good discussion about what's happening in the territory and how we can address some of our weaknesses, but also capitalize on our strength. So come back in at the half hour, and we are going to shorten, instead of 45 minutes, it's going to be 30 minutes so that we can get everybody out shortly after 4 p.m. So come back at a half hour. See you very soon. And in case you are wondering about tomorrow, there's going to be some great talks. We're going to dive slightly deeper into some of the topics, but we're going to finish by a great explosion, looking forward about what we can do in the Virgin Islands, what we want to be, and it's going to be very, very cool. So stick around and come back tomorrow. See you at the half hour. Okay, so for those of you who are here, we're going to start in 2 minutes in our last breakout group for the day, and then just take a break until tomorrow. So 2 more minutes, and we're going to start again. Oops, okay, so we should have most of you back by now. So hi, everyone. This is the last stretch, the last little exercise for the day. There was a lot of information. We've been really busy in the past few years, building up a lot of knowledge. Some of it might look maybe a little bit negative or disappointing or depressing. But I guess part of it is part of really asking the question of how we're doing. And sometimes we might not always sort of, it might be not what we want. But I think there was also a lot of good things, a lot of good points that were made, a lot of very interesting sort of aspects of how we're doing that, can give us hope. The fact that so many of you are participating in this event is for me a good thing. It really shows that we care and that we really take this problem seriously. There's many people in the government who really are moving forward with a lot of great projects, great ideas. There's a lot of people in the nonprofit sector doing the same, and people in the civil society doing the same as well. So there's a lot of good things happening in the VI, but there's also, things that can be a little bit depressing. So part of what we're trying to do is really asking how we're doing, is to try to take a look at how things are going. And then from there, looking at what can be done. So the breakout group, and let's see, a few of us had to leave. So we're now 55. So that's good, actually. We're going to sort of separate into 6 different groups. And I'm going to share my screen. So I put in a chat, I'm going to put it again because the chat is exploding with great information. So I put in a chat sort of PDF that you can look at that sort of explain a little bit what this breakout group is about. But basically what we are asking different group is to pick a sector. So you're going to be having a moderator, and Abigail, Michael Emmanuel is going to replace Kim. Kim has another obligation. So Michael is going to be a moderator for one of the group. And so what you're going to do in each group is you're going to pick one sector, and then the moderator is going to basically walk you through a spreadsheet that will ask you, how we doing for different sort of criteria for a particular sector. How we doing in terms of, this particular system non-providing the service, but how we're doing for this system providing, the service in ways that are great. So really think about what maybe needs to be improving, but what is really great right now. And then reasons for what things can be really excellent or ideas to go from great to excellent. So your moderator is going to walk you through that. We're going to take approximately 25 minutes to go through the exercise. So really looking for your discussion, participation in this breakout group. And then we're going to do a quick get together where we all share everything we've learned today, everything we just did, and then sort of close the meeting a little bit past 4 p.m. here in the Virgin Islands. So Abigail, would you mind splitting us into 6 different groups?
Yes, not a problem. So you guys will be automatically moved into your breakout rooms. It's gonna last for 25 minutes. At the end of the timer, you will automatically be brought back into the main session, okay? If you need assistance, if you need the host, I'm the host. There should be a little button saying to ask for the host, and I will pop into your group just to make sure everything is okay. I'm going to open our rooms now. Hi, Judith. Would you like to join a breakout room?
Hi, are we assigned now?
Excuse me?
Said, have I been assigned to a breakout room or am I a little late?
Not as yet. There's about 7 minutes remaining. If you'd like to join, I can. I can send you to
No,
one.
no. I didn't realize that I had come back too early. Oh, there's 7 minutes remaining to the breakout session. Okay,
Yeah,
well,
so everyone's in the breakout session. So there's about 7 minutes remaining.
okay, well, I'll just wait 7 minutes.
Okay, not a problem.
But I'm here.
Okay.
And by the way, you're doing a fantastic job. I'm really, really impressed by the work of the young people.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, standing by.
Okay. Hi, Kaiser. Would you like to join a breakout room or are you going to just hold on until it's finished?
I'm gonna just hold on in the main room until it come back to the regular, okay?
Okay, no problem.
How much more time they have in the breakout room, Abigail?
Just over 6 minutes.
Okay, I'll be here, okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
No problem.
All right, welcome back. That was not long enough. The discussion was just starting to get exciting, but we had to leave. So I will start by reporting for my group. It was a great, exciting discussion. I guess the economy is what we looked at. Didn't get any good grades at all. But when we started to talk about the good things, a lot of things, a lot of points, good points were made. The tourism product that we have is good. The youth, is looking forward to great role, models. And if we had more role models and positive example of dynamism, we could move a little faster than maybe we are from an economic point of view. The tourism product is really good and source of great innovation, but it's also relatively limited because it's just a tourism product. So more diversity, it would be a great thing. But I felt quite, energized by the discussion we had. Yes, the grades were low, but there were some good ideas. There's some good things that we have that we can build upon. So I feel like it's not that bad at the end of the day for the economic sector. Anybody else want to report from their group, or anybody from my group want to continue? This is a bit of an open discussion before we all leave. Go ahead. If nobody wants to say something, I'm going to ask, the moderators to just give us a report.
I can report on mine. Sorry, I was trying to fix something. I did education with my group, and yeah, around the board, it was mostly kind of between bad and average. I think cultural identity was the strongest suit for education, it looks like. And, for like day-to-day functioning, it was pretty lackluster because, based on the reports from a lot of either our reports or other reports of, on the education sector, it's just the fact that schools are just not being maintained properly. There was also talk about class sizes, that they're too big and extracurriculars are not really, there's not a lot of like enrichment programs and stuff in schools. There was, at one point, there was some accreditation problems, I think a couple of years back, I think. And there's just been a lot of issues with day-to-day operations and lack of maintenance. Resilience was, it received a pretty bad score too, especially with St. John, because, this lack of access to education on St. John, especially after the storms. And, this rebuilding of schools is obviously taking a while. And then the last part that we got to was equity, which also received a bad score. The quality of education disparities between like public and private schools, and the instruction methods are different, and especially in like the K through 12 area. So there's a lot of discrepancies that they noticed there in the equity for education. Like I said, I think the cultural part of it was the part that received the best marks. It looks like. I know the public school system has like a cultural education program that it does, and I think that's probably one of the stronger suits. It looks like. Economic development was kind of average for based on the group. It was a bit average. But yeah, overall, there's some improvements to be made there.
Anybody else wants to report about their group, or participant of a group want to report about, things that they didn't think about going into the process? No? Anybody working on? Jerry, it seems like you really want to say something.
I'm just dying to talk, Greg. We did telecommunications, and there were some interesting points made about cultural values. I mean, overall, system functioning during normal day-to-day operations, people seem to be mostly okay with that. There's some issues with costs and pricing and accessibility because of that. But a couple of interesting things is reasons of, or what needed for excellent rating. And continuity of services after hazards or after storms was one. There was a bit of a discussion about whether or not that it really needs to be excellent in order. Is that something that should be excellent or just a good system? Especially if we call telecommunications a critical service, which, and I guess it is if we want to access emergency services, et cetera, and telecommunications are down. So should we really think about that as sort of something we need to reach to do, or is that just a standard that we should, hope to have or should have? And cultural identity, that was kind of an interesting, hopefully I can't remember who talked about that. I would really like if they.
It was Sam.
Oh, Sam. Sam, would you like to chime in on that? I don't want to.
Sure. Okay, so we're talking about the cultural relevance, basically.
Right.
Yeah. So we were looking at telecommunications in terms of cultural identity and cultural values. And the point I made is that oftentimes because we are US adjacent or, still technically a colony, what tends to happen is our infrastructural systems are based on the US system, because our equipment's going to come from there, our regulations, because we're under the US, we fall under the FCC, all those things come from the mainland. When changes are then made to major infrastructure on the mainland, what tends to happen is whatever we have here becomes antiquated, and then we have to upgrade to that in order to be able to have a system that will function, quote unquote. But what tends to happen is it does not take into account the fact that we do live on an island in the hurricane belt, that if something happens, you cannot drive across a state line to repair it. And then oftentimes, because nowadays technology is largely electricity based, whereas before we had the antiquated system over copper wire, even if you had no electricity, your phone worked. Now you need to have electricity for the modem that now runs your phone to work. And because these things are not factors in the States, as we've seen anytime there's a storm and then somebody's on the news like, we didn't have power for a whole hour, and we're here laughing in WAPA. We can't have those kinds of systems here, but because our infrastructure is tied to the US system, we are often left without a choice. Fast forward to 2017 and catastrophe. So those are things that need to be taken into account. If we're going to do those upgrades, we need to figure out a way to maintain the backup system that we know works for sure, so there's a level of redundancy, or we need to start looking to other places within the region who have even worse weather than we get, more rain than we get, yet their systems work. So there has to be some kind of balance where even though we're US, we find a way to get a system that works with where we are. And that may be one of the things we need to start driving home, whether that means becoming parts or associates of other bodies that are regional, that would then allow us the opportunity to network with those countries that have those things. But something needs to be done, because another situation like Maria, where everybody's driving out west or driving out east, is not going to work, because what happens if you do not have a vehicle? So the low income people who maybe don't have a vehicle, the elderly who are here without younger children to take care of them or get them there, or if you don't have a Vitima pass to get out there for weeks on end, your family is going to want to know if you're dead or alive. And unfortunately, we did see that.
No, that's a really good point that touch upon a lot of things. And that's what I like about this question about cultural identity is, trade, the fact that we live in a hurricane and technology sometimes doesn't think about it. Who makes the technology, who the technology is for, transportation, linked to the critical infrastructure services to have access to a particular services, the map that Dave was talking about earlier from the telecommunication analysis, and the fact that entire areas are just dependent on one cell tower. No, this is really, really interesting. Thank you.
Well, I mean, one of the things is there are, solar power solutions for almost everything, and that includes telecommunication. But again, it goes back to many times, these solutions are very costly. So to incorporate them, but we're right, you know, I mean, you know, you need to understand that we do have hurricanes, and maybe at least in some key areas, especially heavily populated area, maybe that investment makes sense. So there are options. Again, it's just the cost effectiveness.
And the question of, you know, which adoption of technology. And when you adopt technology, when you make your system, you know, a little bit more complex with the newer and greatest, sometimes you are opening yourself for more vulnerability in terms of supply chain or, you know, what's not. So no, very, very good point.
One thing we discussed was potentially, so post-storm, that even if everyone didn't have individual service, there would be hubs where people could go and access telecommunications technology in order to at least inform family members that they were okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw that here after Hugo, you know, by telco back in the day of copper cable was able to provide that service, and that became a challenge, correct, after Hurricane Irma Maria, because the infrastructure was different. I know it because I was one of those that my family wasn't able to find out that I was alive until 4 days after the storm. So it is a challenge.
To that same point, we've had
a bit of, what's that?
Sorry, I was just saying to that point, we've had on St. John in the aftermath of Irma and Maria, a nonprofit called Love City Community Network that popped up to do just that in the aftermath of the hurricanes, which was provide hotspots with radio wireless technology. And that's proven to be really helpful even in smaller instances, and their network is largely off grid. So with very few exceptions, they've been remarkably resilient in the face of power outages and storms since Irma and Maria.
I just want to say one more quick thing. I like that Sam broke it into, when we talked about a cultural identity, that she made it an island culture versus, you know, as opposed to the US mainland culture, not individual culture. So we talked about two different levels. So individual cultures within the territory, but also the territory as a culture and the mainland culture, and how, you know, things that fit in the mainland don't necessarily fit here, but we're, you know, it's just painted with a broad brush.
Well, you know, I mean, and this goes back to telecommunications also. You hear a lot of cloud-based backup. But when you didn't have internet for months after the storm, what was the cloud-based going to do for us? And one of the challenges that we saw with this storm is that many of our backups were St. Thomas was backed up by St. Croix, vice versa, and then the additional backup was in Puerto Rico. But guess what? We were all hit.
Exactly.
No, very, very good point. Just a bit of, there was a point also made about the need to have power now to get telecommunication. And unfortunately, that's where we're moving forward as a nation, as a world. Everything is going to be energized. You're going to need electricity. So I'm going to take 2 seconds to put something in the chat for some work we were doing at UVI, where we created a bit of a menu option to power things using solar and renewable energy sources. So look at this because we recognize that the future is electricity. Any other group want to talk about their efforts? So Kimiko, do you want to talk about the energy sector?
Oh, I was not the facilitator.
Anybody, go ahead, Kimiko. Go ahead and report.
I don't know if I can pull up our, hold on, let me see, where's our spreadsheet?
And you can just give us, you know, your impression. You don't have to give us, you know, every single details.
Okay, well, it took us a bit of time to just kind of sort out how this all works. But for the grading, some of the let's see, what was the average here? 3.25 on a clear blue day, 1.75 for whether they're resilient, provide services in equitable ways.
So, Kimiko, sorry to interrupt. Wait, don't give us the grade. Just give us your overall, whatever you remember.
Yeah, so in terms of what we were thinking as things for a poor rating is it's inconsistent, and expensive, not reliable, surges in cost, poor maintenance, poor structure. And then on the other column, excellent, customer service, consistent, affordable, sustainable, renewable energy sources, better communication and for service repairs, distributed generation, more resilient and redundant, promotes off-grid installation, provides for selling back to the grid, provides conservation incentives, especially during peak load hours, has outreach program for natural cooling and heating, has program to explore renewable sources like solar, geothermal, tidal, anaerobic digestion, employs local staff. So those are some of our thoughts in terms of this exercise. We also
So a
had
lot of renewable energy sources and a lot of local workforce.
yeah,
That's
and off-grid installations in terms of redundancy and self-sufficiency for the individual residents and businesses.
awesome.
So
Yeah, and there is a big push in the Caribbean for solar. It's both an economic and a cultural push to sort of be a little bit more independent. Anybody else want to report about their sector?
Sure. So in my breakout group, then we talked about the solid waste sector. For the rating, then all of the criteria got a score of 1. So we started to think about why that was. Because it was, for across the board, just normal operations is already an issue. But even within that, we were able to mention some of the nonprofit groups that are stepping up to work on this waste management issue. And so looking at different composting facilities, recycling groups, and upcycling or, reuse places on the within the islands. And kind of looking at those, pilot projects as models for what could be excellent in the territory for expanding them and replicating them on all 3 islands, because some of them are only on 1 island. And so, yeah, basically, we thought that for the solid waste sector to be excellent, we need to have more composting and more markets for recycled materials within the territory. Not everything needs to be sent off island. And also like workshops educating people for how to compost or reuse or whatever it might be at home. And also we noticed when we got into the talk about hazards that access transportation can be an issue for the solid waste sector, because can be like hard to access roads to get your debris to the site, but also even for something like recycling, because the recycling centers may not be where the bin sites are. There's like 1 per island. The getting to the center can be very hard, and so and during COVID impossible because of just they're closed because there are too many people at this for that process to take place. And so, yeah, that's kind of some of the topics that we touched upon for the solid waste.
Anything about cultural identity or equity?
Our main topic on cultural identity was looking at how after the storm, some of the wood either was, but even more could have been done to save it and give it to local artisans, especially mahogany wood.
And that talks about the need for creating more capacity in the territory for trade school and vocational school, because what happened after Maryland is they tried to do that, but all this wood was exported back to the States because there was not enough people working on the wood who had this talent in the territory. So again, a lot of things tend to be interconnected from different sectors. So anyways, we are approaching the end of our day. Anybody has last comments or just general comments? I thought that was a lot of information. So thank you everyone for sticking with us. But it was good information. A lot of what you saw was done by us at the HMP team or by our close collaborators at NPS. But hopefully you get a sense of where we're going, and tomorrow is going to be really exciting, going deeper into some of what we talked about, but spending a little bit more time on the breakout session to dig deeper into those topics that were touched upon today. Anybody has anything that they want to share with the group?
Yeah, this is Kamiko. Thank you so much for this excellent day. I've enjoyed it so much and been so inspired, and I'm looking forward to following up on all these connections. But I just wanted to mention we have an SMM speaker series that we've been doing weekly. We might switch to bi-weekly, but it's in part to support the research we're doing on this commodities market analysis, where we're trying to look around the world for examples of what communities are doing to manage their materials locally for their highest and best use, focusing on our materials management hierarchy, which is reduction first and then reuse second. We're not as interested in the recycling aspect, although we recognize that we have to address that as well. But we're really trying to work on the top of the hierarchy. So by all means, please, anyone who wants to join us, I can send you the invitation, the team meeting invitation. And we recorded the first 2 sessions, and it was very interesting. We had Trinidad and Tobago, British Virgin Islands, Northern Mariana Islands, Hawaii, St. Martin, and Bermuda, yeah, all presenting. And it was very interesting. And we're really trying to focus on how we can use these materials to provide green jobs and a more resilient, green and resilient economy.
Yeah, it's a great series, and we can share the information with the rest. But other islands are doing it, so we can do it. Any other thoughts about today?
Hey, Greg, this is Kenny. I just want to say thanks again for this session. I know you and your team and many, many other good people are on the call today, recognizing a lot of folks like Jay and Cecilia and some other folks from my former FEMA employment, Hillary. I basically didn't name the whole list, but I just want to say personally to you too that you were an inspiration for me when I was employed with FEMA originally. You and your team, and Reese, I see Reese is on there too, Richards. Everyone has been a great inspiration to me. You know, sometimes we come to disasters and we think we can serve and we end up learning more than anything. A great community and excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thanks you so much. So there's some question about if the presentation will be shared. We'll check with the presenters and make sure that it's okay, and then we'll put everything on the website. The spreadsheet, unfortunately, we wanted to spend more time on them, but yes, we will make them available for the public, and hopefully you guys can keep working on it and provide more ideas now that you know how it works. Hopefully you will also see the danger of grades. Grades are just one part of the story, but when you dig a little bit deeper, there's a lot of good stuff that show up about our strength and what works well in the territory. We tend to look at what doesn't work, but hopefully through this exercise, you see that there is a lot of wealth and a lot of good stuff going on that we can capitalize on.
Greg, if I may, just before this is Hillary. Yeah, thanks. I do have a question, please. When is it that the interactive map where you can add places of interest and flooding, when is that available until, or is that
Jerry,
just for the workshop, or is that going to be?
I don't believe so. Jerry, can you answer?
Well, we can leave it up until we take it down.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't think we've come up with a date. I thought we were thinking end of workshop, but if you have a reason to leave it up, we can leave it up, or I can just make it available just to you privately.
Cool. I will follow up on that. Thanks a lot, guys. Today was great.
Just let me know. Contact me. Send me an email.
Yeah. Thanks.
And Greg, can you send a contact list? Greg and Kim, can you send a contact list with if everyone's comfortable sharing their contact information with email and cell phone and so on, or phone?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. And I guess we probably won't have the cell phone, but at least we'll have the contact information. We're probably going to just check with everyone before and then, just share whoever said yes or whoever didn't say no. But we will do that. Any other thoughts? So tomorrow is going to be great. Let me just share the agenda tomorrow quickly. You can look at it on the website, but I'm just going to share it to kind of make you salivate and have wonderful dreams, being so excited that you're going to wake up at 4 in the morning, even though the session starts at 9. So we're going to have some great talks in the morning, really thinking about, you shouldn't be looking at the little questions that we have for you. So we're going to talk about, okay, so we're going to be talking about risk mitigation, resilience. What does that mean? Risk management, mitigation, resilience. What does that mean? How do we pay for everything? There was a lot of talk about our economy and can we pay for things? And what does that mean? And we just talked about, we always need to get the latest and greatest. So we always need to upgrade. That comes at a cost. What are the consequences of that? So we're going to talk about that. Then we're going to have a great talk by our friend talking about the need for different actors. So today you heard about NGOs and how they can be part of the solution. You heard about how much innovation and how much good thing is happening in the territory and how much we can capitalize on it instead of just looking at the government and saying things are not working, please fix it. There's many things that we can do to start moving forward. And this is not just to the VI, it's everywhere. So a lot of good talks in the morning, then a great breakout room where we're going to spend some time doing what we just did, but dig deeper. And then somebody was talking about hearing good stories of what other people are doing. So Friends for the BVI are going to talk about what they're doing. Vitima is going to talk about all the great projects that are happening because things are happening. And then we're going to talk about, what's going on the drought. You heard about how drought is difficult and how a drought can be catastrophic. But there's a lot of great people in the VI working on making sure it doesn't happen and that we know when droughts are happening and mitigation strategies can happen quickly. And then you heard today about the need for more data and data sharing. We've been working on that. So we're going to be presenting tomorrow about some of the work that is happening on data sharing and sort of thinking about post-disaster for everybody to start sharing information and be able to know where resources are and where things are. So great day tomorrow. Please come back. It's going to be wonderful. And with that said, just one last time, anybody wants to share something? Thank you for the kind words in the chat. Does anybody want to share something? Rachel, you want to share something? You want to show us your little baby? All right.
This is why I'm doing the work we're doing, right?
Greg, yeah, absolutely. Hey, is there a way to get a copy? Because there were a lot of comments I wanted to follow up on and, connections and stuff of just the chat separately, or how does that work?
I know that we've been taking a lot of copy here and there and pasting in a Word document. We'll see what we can save. I believe there's a copy of the chat, but let's look into it and we'll share it.
Because in Teams, like it automatically saves the chat, so anybody who's
I believe it does.
It automatically
since we are
saves.
recording. Yes, it saves automatically since it's recording.
Okay.
All right, everyone. Enjoy your rest of your day. See you tomorrow morning.